Welcome, SCCA fans, to the beautiful Sebring, Florida. We are excited to have you tune in to our Sunday coverage of the 46th Annual Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Today's location, a track that needs no introduction, the historic Sebring International Raceway. Today's weather, expected to be sunny with a high of 82 degrees and clear skies, sets us up for some nice, exciting racing action. This race event features more than 260 entries in a wide variety of classes, cars, and drivers traveling all over the country. This is a DriversEye live production with John Davison on the call, and I'm joined by my fellow racer and friend, Nick Soriano. Nick, I'm excited to share the action today with everyone listening online. How are you?
I'm doing great. I thought yesterday was an outstanding day of racing, and I think Sunday's got even more in store for us. So very happy to be up in the booth with you. And I think that the people watching at home or here at the track or wherever you may be are about to get some great racing on a Sunday morning.
Awesome. Well, today's run of schedule, all 7 groups have a 35-minute race or 14 laps, whichever comes first. So we have a ton of racing action today, and look what we're starting with. Spec Miata, our largest group this weekend with 68 entries. Nick, you and I have a ton of experience in Spec Miata over the last decade. We've already had one race so far, which was very exciting. What should we expect to see from the group this morning, and what should we be looking out for?
Yeah, well, yesterday the racing action was very heated at the front. A lot of lead changes on the last lap only, but it was still a chess match from all the drivers at the front trying to find drafting partners, work together. We saw 3 cars break out at the front and then a chaotic group behind them. So hopefully today we have a little bit more cars in that front group, a little bit more action. I want to see a little more chaos, John.
All right, well, you might be calling some chaos. Starting with the grid, Preston Pardis, who we had in the booth yesterday, is starting on pole yet again, followed by Nick Bruni and Elevon Goulart, and John Salerno and Bobby Gossett rounded the top 5. In 6th position, Dean Dibidall, followed by Chris Allen, Nick Leverone, Christian Meyer, and Frankie Barroso in the top 10. Starting in 11th, Max Elrich, Jack Murchison, Travis Wiley, Jim Drago, a former 2-time champion in Spec Miata, Daniel Williams, Vaughn Weber, Alex Acosta, Logan Stretch, Gavin Vaughn, and Mark Cefalo to round out the top 20. Nick, if you were to pick anybody in the top 20 to win the race, who would it be?
Anyone in the top 20? What a great question. I think the favorite is going to be Preston Pardis today, but I think the dark horse, I'm going to go Nick Leverone.
Nick Leverone.
Yeah, from 8th place. I think he's going to be able to have a good start maybe and be some of that chaos that we talked about.
All right, well, you're making bold predictions, but you love to see it. We all love some Nick Leverone, and that would be cool to see. I have no idea who's going to win, Nick. Because Spec Miata is that great. You don't know who's going to win until the last lap. Just like our guest yesterday, Preston Pardis, led. We did the math after the race.
We did.
15 seconds he didn't lead. So he led for 24 minutes and 45 seconds, which is 99% of the race, and he didn't lead the last 15 seconds. How heartbreaking is that, Nick?
It's tough, but Preston has been in this situation before. He's had some tough losses, especially at the hands of his own teammates, and he knows how to bounce back. He is an outstanding driver, and he's going to be dialed in, ready to go this morning. We spoke with him in the paddock a little bit after the race as well, and the whole East Street team is in pretty good spirits this weekend. They're very excited to have Jim Drago back after his about a year and a half of recovery after his accident up at Road America. And everyone is just in high spirits, having a great time. And how could you not? I mean, the beautiful weather, you're at the racetrack in January, as good as it gets.
It is as good as it gets. And, I've raced this race a few times, and the Sunday race gets a little dicey. I will say everyone is trying to get the last win of the weekend down here in Florida. And I expect to see elbows out racing, Nick, maybe a little bit more beating and banging from some of the competitors here, which can be fun for us viewing at home, but maybe not so fun if you're sitting in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Body shops could be licking their lips, waiting for some of those customers to come rolling in after this race. We will see how it goes, though.
And lights out on the classic Mazda pace car. Preston Pardus and Nick Bruni will be taking us to the green flag here shortly. Look at all those cars, Nick. We are about to go green on the first race of our Sunday coverage here at Sebring.
And up 2x2, a nice.
And a jump by Jim Drago on the inside. Preston Pardus taking the green flag with a great start. Elevon Goulart pushing him away from Bruni already. We saw that that strategy the last race, and Frankie Barroso tried to make some moves on the outside. As all cars seem to be making it through. Oh, no.
Ooh,
Nick,
very wide run.
Nick, that is not the racing line on the far outside there. Something happened. Oh, yeah, you have a car sitting in turn one.
Oh, some chaos in 3 there, but everyone looks to be able to make it through cleanly. I did see a bumper hanging off of whatever car that was.
Oh, and a big slide there. Yeah, so definitely some contact in turn one with with 2 cars still in turn one. I believe one of them is dragging a front fender or back bumper.
I believe that's the 9.8 of Logan Stretch.
Big lockup there.
Yeah, big one, a lot of smoke, a lot of dirt. Everyone getting through the hairpin all right. Looking good so far. Let this line go.
I will say Jim Drago jumped the start pretty good before the green. He was not in 2x2 formation before the green flag came out, Nick. And there's one of our cars that had a back bumper dragging completely off. I would expect them to come in and have to remove that for safety reasons.
Yeah, you don't want to have any parts hanging off the car, and it certainly is an annoyance, even if it's not necessarily a hindrance to performance on these cars. You can hear it dragging around back there. So
it would help with weight reduction.
It would. Yeah, maybe a little bit of drag as well. It won't catch the air at the back. So we'll see. But right now, Preston Pardus, Elevon Goulart, and Nick Bruni are your top 3 leading the field.
So the same story so far as we had yesterday. You have Goulart separating the 2 teammates, and I imagine he's going to try to stay there for as long as possible again today. He had the opportunity to win yesterday, to beat the 2 East Street Racing cars, and he actually finished second.
He did, yeah. He did end up letting Nick and Preston get together.
Oh, we had somebody pull off on the inside there. I'm not sure who that is yet. Or are they coming back in? That's not exactly where you want to be, so I'm not sure if there's something wrong with that car going down the backstretch.
Yeah, a little offline there, definitely.
Oh, you have Elevon Goulart to the lead, leading Preston and Nick Bruni to the line after lap 1. Preston electing not to make a pass. I imagine that he would like to stay with Bruni and not get in front of Elevon Goulart by himself, Nick.
Yeah, I think if Elevon's by himself, he might be in some trouble. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to work his way back in between the 2 teammates, or if he's comfortable just trying to take the lead. And
Alex Acosta with a big lockup going into turn 3.
Alex Acosta running in 11th right now, kind of the back of that second group, and now you can see that has formed a third one. They've moved a little bit further back. So right behind our front 3, John Salerno in the 131, Chris Allen, Christian Meyer, Travis Wiley, Bobby Gossett, Dean Dibadal, and Max Ehrlich rounding out your top 10 there. That's going to be all the way back to the back of that second group that we've got.
Nope. Still the same story as yesterday so far. And it looks like they're calling in someone before the start on race control, Nick. I wonder if that's Jim Drago. It could have been someone else. There were a few people that got out of line early.
They did, yeah. There was a lot of fanning out before the green flag drop. So we'll see what gets called in and what the race stewards think of that.
Yeah, that could be something that whoever pulled out a line early is going to come in early and sit in the penalty box here, Nick.
They very possible that they have a little bit of a drive-through penalty. Not what you want for your Sunday race.
There are all cars going here through turn 13 on your view. And Elevon Goulart leading the pack. I'm curious to see if Preston and Bruni elect to draft by Elevon here on the backstretch. I would imagine they would want to pass him together instead of Preston getting in front and still being separated from Bruni.
Yeah, they'll want to make sure they have a good run and that they're able to both clear. If they do end up getting split again, it's going to be tough. They're going to have to kind of reset the formula.
They are going up the inside right now, but can Bruni also clear Elevon? And it appears that he was able to. So Elevon Goulart has a lot of work to do to separate those two again. When will he make the move? Will it be in turn 1? Will it be in 3? We'll see.
Yeah, it's got to be quick. The longer you let those two work together at the front in clean air, they're just going to run away. So
and
if any chance, he's got to make a move quick.
You already see the gap forming from Preston and Bruni already with a half a second gap. Well, we'll see if they can push each other away from Elevon Goulart, which is not what you want to see if you're Goulart.
No, not at all. But it looks like John Salerno, he had a little bit of a gap to that second group. He was running in fourth, a little bit in no man's land. And that group caught him on that back stretch and then front stretch. So he has now been collected into that group. And he's got himself a little bit of a challenge now to defend 6 cars behind him that are looking to get into that fourth position. There you see front 3 coming into turn 7, and there's that second group we were just talking about. A lot of hungry drivers there trying to move their way up. Looks like the 134 of Christian Meyer is now leading that group. So, and a little bit of a slide exiting 7.
Yeah, Christian Meyer started in 9th position all the way up into 4th right now on the track.
Yeah, good start for Logan, or for Christian, sorry. And he is he's driving well. I don't know if that group has the cooperation to work together and get to Elevon, but maybe 2 of them could break out of that group and try and hunt for a podium spot now that Elevon is without a partner.
We will see. We do know that this group can be susceptible to some cautions. So if you're Christian Meyer, you may be hoping that a caution comes out to bring the leaders back to you.
Yeah, that would definitely shake things up. But so far, everyone's running cleanly, so fingers crossed. No yellow flags today, and everything gets to continue on as is because the racing is great so far. You can see Christian actually making a little bit of a gap from that group behind, putting almost 2 car lengths on John Salerno now that he's in clean air. So we'll see if the draft from that group, all working together, can catch him, or if they're going to battle a little bit, see some side-by-side action as we go into 17.
Yeah, and if you look at turn 16 there was a rear bumper hanging off. I wonder if that was the same one from the start, Nick.
Very good possibility, but I did see going into turn 17, Elevon has split the teammates. He's moved into second. We talked about him needing to make the move quick, and he did. Much better position now in this lap compared to the last one. Nick and Preston were just not able to get together and make enough of a gap to run away.
Then I did hear on the radio that Ryan Kipke, who started in 22nd, has had some mechanical issue and is coming off the track. So an early retirement for Ryan Kipke.
Unfortunate end of the weekend, but John Salerno has moved back into 4th position. Was able to run down Christian Meyer. Christian Meyer resigned to 5th now. Great shot of turn 5 in the carousel. You can see how much those cars just want to slide as you get back to the throttle, and they work their way over to that curbing right on the exit. You see all the dust that accumulates when you take it a little bit too quick.
A big lockup in the back of that field. So pretty smooth sailing so far, Nick. We've had a few contacts there in the first corner, but it's been pretty clean so far.
Yeah, so far so good. I think the couple of lockups we've seen haven't been too bad, so I don't think anyone's worried about a flat spot yet. But always a possibility. Once you have a flat spot, the tire just wants to stop on that spot more and more and more, wear itself down. So if we continue to see the same cars with a little puff of smoke in the brake zone, we'll know that the tire guy is going to be getting a phone call after the race.
Christian Meyer with a big slide as he took back the lead of that second group of cars. And you see Alex Acosta leading the third group of our front runners. Bruni holding strong in the lead. Preston Pardus in third. Elevan Goulart splitting them up. And I believe that's John Salerno and Travis Wiley that got around Christian Meyer there going into 15.
I think so. Yeah, he was pushed a little bit offline, and those two working together were able to sneak in, make the move on him. So back 2 positions there. A lot of position changes in that second group right now.
Yeah, they're all deciding right now. They all think that they're the one that can catch the front group.
That's right. Yeah, they all want to be at the front, have their chance to work together. But it seems like as soon as they get there, an attack from someone in that group comes again. They're just swapping back and forth. Not a ton of cooperation, and it's allowing that front 3 to break away more and more.
Yeah, right now, John Salerno moved up into the front of that second group, but is 4.5 seconds behind the lead pack. So they've a very successful job by the front 3 to get away from the rest of the group and make it just a 3-car battle instead of basically what would have been a 10-car battle, it appears, as those cars keep swapping positions and Christian Meyer goes back into the second position of that group.
Yeah, he pushed Travis Wiley through, and John Salerno moves back 2 spots now. So another leader of Group 2 we are seeing. This third group may end up being able to catch him. Alex Costa was running in that group when he had that lock up into turn 3. And if they keep going too wide, like you're seeing right on the right side of your screen now, it could let that next group back in. We could have a 10-car battle for fourth. We might already have a 10-car battle for fourth now that I'm doing my counts here. Look at that second group. That is huge.
It looks like 8 or 9 if my math is correct, Nick, but I might need a calculator.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to run out of fingers and toes. I'm going to need to use some sort of counting device here. But very exciting watching them all move. Every time it seems like I'm waiting to see who pops their nose out to make a move, or if they're just there to put some motion in the mirrors, maybe make the person in front of them make a mistake.
Yeah, and if you're Alex Acosta and Vinicius Ramirez, who's leading that third pack of cars, you want to stay disciplined and not race each other as they're doing right now in order to give themselves a chance to catch that group ahead of them that are very racy right now. You see a lot of change positions that's going to slow the whole pack down. So if they're consistent and disciplined, staying together and not racing each other, they could catch that pack.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a good opportunity there. Just keep it together, work together, and you can get right back onto the back of that. I think the last car in line there is Dean Dibadal in the number 90 machine. And I think he is just kind of hanging out with that group, hoping that nothing big happens in front of him and collects him, because even here, look, someone maybe popping their nose out. Yeah, a little bit at the back of that group.
The same story up front so far. Nick Bruni leading the charge, followed by Elevan Goulart and Preston Pardus. That's exactly how they finished yesterday, Nick. So maybe Preston Pardus and Elevan are going to try to do something different today and take the win away from Bruni.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a different story than what we saw. So maybe some strategy changes overnight. He said, let's. I don't want to be in the lead on the last lap this time. I only want to lead on the last time by rather than the whole race. So we'll see if that works out. Preston, Elevan, and Nick, third, second, and first. Coming into turn 7. We're going to see them on screen in just a moment. There they are.
And race control is calling around 113 of Alfie Zidane for smoking. So hopefully not dropping oil all over the track, Nick.
Yeah, but hopefully there's nothing there. Maybe just a tire rub, a little bit of contact. They're self-clearancing tires, though. They'll get themselves figured out. Just give it a couple laps. It'll be fine.
This is a great shot of turn 10 there as Bruni continuing to lead. Oh, someone popping out.
Yeah, making a move. I can't tell if that is Chris Allen or John Salerno who's getting past there. One of the blue cars in that group. And here we go. Looks like Travis Wiley's still leading that group. Christian Meyer in this, the 5th position as they're working their way through Bishop's Bend to turn 15.
We have a safety vehicle on track. 2 safety vehicles. Going into turn 10, we have 2 safety vehicles. We're trying to listen into the radio here to see what it is, but there are 2 safety vehicles parked on track between turn 7 and turn 10. We may not have the camera angle to determine which car that is for you. Yep.
Unfortunately, don't have a good shot of them, so we're just going to keep following the lead. We can see a debris flag. Maybe for that piece Preston just drove over. Looks to be just off to the right center of your screen. And turn 17, not a great spot for it to be.
And Travis Wiley leading that second group of cars on the screen, followed by Christian Meyer and John Salerno.
Yeah, that group staying in the back there. If there were an incident to happen, like we saw in some of the other races this weekend, they'd be ready to pounce and grab a podium spot. But not quite close enough to make an attack right now, and I don't think there's enough cooperation in that second group for them to anyone to break away.
Now there's a 5.5 second gap to the leaders. So they would need nothing but a miracle, really, to catch up, because the front 3 cars are all very experienced. They're champions. And they know that the more they race now, the higher the likelihood they're going to be caught and make this a 10-car battle instead of 3-car battle, which is why we're not seeing a lot of moves up front just yet. But we're almost halfway through, so you might see some moves in a few minutes here, Nick.
Yeah, it is going to start getting to that time as the timer ticks closer and closer. 8 laps to go, or 18 minutes. So we'll see which one comes first. And looking out at the track, it looks like things are spaced out pretty well behind that second group. My dark horse pick of
Nick Leverone
has fallen all the way back to 35th, unfortunately.
Nick, you haven't been too good with the picks this weekend.
No. Well, my SMX pick wasn't too bad. He ended up second. So I'll say that I was 0 for 2, but a close 0 for 2.
Yep.
You know, I was 6th.
Frankie Barroso going agricultural in turn 13. Yeah, so Travis Wiley followed by Christian Meyer in that second group of cars. If they're going to catch Preston, Elevon, and Bruni, they really need to keep pushing each other now and staying disciplined. But this still may not have enough time, Nick.
No, I think it's going to be really tough. And Christian Meyer and John Salerno John Salerno and Chris Allen right behind them seem to be wanting to put their nose in and make an attack. So I think those front 2 cars, 4th and 5th place, a little bit on guard. They've got some defenses. There you see, it looks like Christian and Chris are going to try and push their way past.
I believe that was John Salerno pushing Christian Meyer around.
Oh, it was John Salerno, yep.
Around Travis Wiley. It looks like Travis Wiley maybe had a mistake in 17, Nick.
Yeah, very good possibility. Probably the trickiest corner on the track to get right. So if you're going to make a mistake, 17 is one where it's pretty easy to lose a couple of tenths and lose the momentum. Then you end up on that long front straightaway in turn 1.
Well, Nick, we are halfway through our first race of the day so far, so it might be a good time to take a moment and thank our sponsors. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is a full-service prep shop located in Southwest Florida, offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and comprehensive support. The team specializes in driver development and provides drivers with the resources necessary to climb the ladder from club racing into the pro racing levels.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back, race fans. We are halfway through, just over halfway through, of our first race of the day. And Nick, it has been nothing short of excitement here, especially in this second group of cars, now led by Chris Allen over Christian Meyer and Travis Wiley and a gaggle of other cars. Nick, of that second group, what's your prediction of who's going to come out on top for the fourth spot in this race?
I am not even going to wager a guess here. It has been 4 or 5 different cars who have found themselves in that fourth position so far. So I'm just going to let it play out and enjoy it.
Okay.
I think making a prediction is just a little too haphazard with how much fun that group is having with changing the leaders. So we'll see what happens throughout the rest of the race. There is a Todd Burris in there, a former national champion. So a good possibility that he has been patiently waiting for his opportunity to be at the front of that group. Maybe it'll be on the last lap. Who knows?
Yeah, and one name I'm surprised to see pretty far down the list is Frankie Barroso in 17th. That's somebody that I had picked to podium again this weekend after a podium last weekend in Homestead, and he is not having the luck that I would have expected him to have.
No, unfortunate time in qualifying, put himself a little bit further back than he would have liked to be, and then a rough start today. So he's hanging on. He's a little bit back behind the third group there, and just kind of racing his race and maybe hoping for a caution like a lot of these other drivers are.
And Nick Bruni actually pulling a gap on Elvan Goulart and Preston Pardis all by himself. Just ran a 34.7 with no draft in front of him, Nick. So I was wondering when somebody was going to get into the 234s. And Nick Bruni now pulling a 7/10 lead over Elvan Goulart. I mean, if you're Elvan, you might want to start working with Preston maybe to get back.
I think that they're going to have to if they want any chance. He's not too far away where they can't strike back, especially if they get a couple of good straightaways working together. But if they let him just keep hitting his marks like that and pulling these gaps, it could be a quick situation where he's out of reach even for the two of them working together. So just like we talked about Elevon needing to make the move to get in between Preston and Nick, I think now's the time for Preston and Elevon to make a move to get back to Nick's back bumper.
Well, we did hear from Preston yesterday in the booth that one thing Nick Bruni is doing very well right now is having some straight line talent. And he's very talented in going in the straight line between the corners. And it seems to be true as he's pulling away from the two cars of Elevon and Preston.
Yeah, I think that's something that comes difficult to a lot of us when we're racing. The straightaways are some of the trickiest parts. So to see Nick doing so well at it, it's working for him. Look at that gap he's already built.
Yeah. So Nick Bruni was watching a lot of video last night and was honing in his straight line skills, and you could see it really coming out of turn 13. Down into 15 they go.
Yeah, there's that second group that we were talking about, still being led by Chris Allen, it looks like. Christian Meyer in the 134. Behind him, I believe, or does Travis? Yeah, Travis Wiley is going to be 2 cars back. I saw that yellow banner at the top, making that car pretty distinctive.
Still a bumper sitting out there on the course on the far right of the screen, as you see, but staying out of the way for the most part. Alex Acosta blowing the turn 15. I do love that line, Nick, when you're going a little too hot and you say, yeah, you know, I'll just skip the next corner altogether.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best situation. If you've pushed a little too hard, just, I'll get it next time.
Yeah, Nick, you know, it's something I am guilty of myself. You know, if you exceed the track limits and you don't pass anybody, can they really prove it's an advantage?
That's right. It's tough to say.
It is a trick that I have done before to catch the group that I have lost. So that may be Alex Acosta's tactic, or he did just overdrive it. You know, both are very likely.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. You see Bruni's still holding a little bit of a gap at the front there, and now 4 cars starting to break away from that second group. And a lockup. That's Christian Meyer leading that group now. And looks like he's gotten around Chris Allen. Oh, no, Travis Wiley now. So we've got Meyer, Wiley, Allen, and Salerno, your 4 cars that have broken away for that battle for 4th place. And one right behind them, I believe that's Todd Burris, who is kind of escaped the second half of that group. So now you've got a group of 8 turned into a group of 4, a 1 and a 3, spreading out a little bit there.
Nick, I'm listening into the race control. They're calling around Daniel Williams and Alex Acosta for contact in turn 10. So they are going to be in the penalty box. They're being talked to after this race.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to peer out this window here, because I think there's going to be quite the trail of cars that will be visiting our stewards here at the penalty box after this race.
Yeah, so that is Daniel Williams and Alex Acosta getting called in. That will have to talk to the steward after this race. But not very much contact in the front pack there. Oh, but they are catching some lap traffic, Nick. If I'm Nick Bruni, I'm hoping maybe I get a tow from this car going down the backstretch, and I'm able to pass him cleanly before 17, using that car as a pick, really, to separate some more gap between them.
Yeah, that is the ideal scenario for Nick Bruni.
We'll see right here. He's not going to get him in 17, but I would not be surprised if they're able to get around him before turn 1.
Yeah, that good possibility of that happening. And that car's going to come into the pit.
I see.
Looks like it's going to be a non-factor for our leaders, but could have shaken things up a little bit if some traffic had caused a slowdown for any of those top 3. But staying clear, the top 3 is going to have a free run down into turn 1 here.
Elevon Goulart set his fastest lap time of 34.7 in creating about a half-second gap back to Preston Pardus. So the top 3 are spread out in terms of Spec Miatas. Spread out is about 0.4 of a second.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise, it's still a very good race going on. Bruni is extending that gap, though. Pardis and Goulart are just not able to get together and run back to the back of his bumper. So he's probably feeling pretty good right now about where he's standing.
Yeah, we have 3 laps to go, or 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Nick, I'm not too good at math. You think it's going to be 2 laps to go?
Ooh, tough one. Tough one. I'm not 100% sure. I think doing my math is not working. So, no idea.
Well, our producer crunched the numbers and thinks we will go 3 more laps.
I like the prediction. More racing, more racing. Keep them on track. Let's see.
So 3 laps of Nick Bruni leading the charge potentially, and leading essentially the whole race. I believe besides the first lap, he has led every second of this race. Will history repeat itself, Nick? Or will Bruni get the job done and not lose the lead at the last corner?
This race doesn't quite feel like the last one. It feels a little more spread out. Bruni feels a little dominant right now. It's not often you see one Spec Miata break away from 2 others that are working together. So, I don't know. I'm not sure that this is a history repeats itself. I think this is he learned his lesson from history and is doing something to change that.
Yeah, if I'm Pardis, maybe I make the move on Elevon now and use Elevon to push me back up to the lead. I know that Preston Pardis and Bruni are teammates, but there's still quite a friendly rivalry there. And I know that Preston wants to get the win taken back from Bruni from yesterday.
Yeah, they may be teammates, but once the race comes down to it, the gloves come off with those two. We've seen it time and time again. They are more than happy to race each other. Neither one of them is going to give the other a free win. So if Preston is able to get back there, it'll definitely be a shootout. But right now, pretty big gap. Preston and Elevon not able to get together and use the bump draft to gain any time. So right now, Bruni standing dominant at the front there.
Race control has called in Alex Acosta for a second time now for cutting the shortcut in 15, which we saw earlier, Nick. It may not be, it may not look like an advantage gained if you don't pass anybody, but it really does help get back into a draft. I've done it more than once. Oh, and a big off coming out of turn 1. That looks like Frankie Barroso.
Yeah, it does.
That was my prediction of someone who's going to end up on the podium today, and it does not appear that is going to happen, Nick.
It is not, but he is the fastest car on track. Here's
Alex Acosta.
4.6.
Came in the penalty box right now on pit lane. He's being talked to. How do you think that conversation's going, Nick?
Probably not so well for Alex, but I'm sure it'll just be a little talking to. It didn't seem like there was anything too malicious out on track, so I don't think it's going to be any big penalties. Just a little talking to make sure that he's in the right mindset as he comes off the track there and he's ready for the next one.
All right, and Christian Meyer leading that second pack again. I don't know who's going to be ahead of in that second pack, who's going to claim 4th. It really could be anyone in that group. It's a shame that we didn't have the same group for the lead.
Yeah, that group is still dipping and dodging and doing everything they can. Diving, yeah. To work their way into that 4th position. It has not slowed down. The action-wise, their lap times have with the additional side-by-side racing that they're doing. You can see how big that gap is. But it looks like right now we've got Christian Meyer, John Salerno, Travis Wiley, and I think Todd Burris has moved in front of Chris Allen at the back of that group. So Todd Burris slowly working his way through that little pack. I know he's driving a car that he had not driven before this weekend, so probably getting used to it and adjusting. But there on your screen, Nick Bruni is coming to the white flag. You're going to see that waving on your screen. And there you go. Almost a second lead right now for Nick Bruni working that last lap.
Oh, and on the timing and scoring sheet, we have a new leader, which is not right, but it's Alex Acosta with a 1:30 lap time. as he was in the penalty box right on the start-finish timing loop. So if you're watching the race monitor live results, Alex Acosta did not set the track record of a 1:30. But you know who just set the fastest lap, the real lap time, is Frankie Barroso with a 2:34.6 down in 12th. Remember, he was back in 17th, 18th, 19th earlier, up into 12th position.
Yeah, he's had a great race after a rough start and working his way back through. If he was able to have a good start and stay with that front group, I think he really could have put on a little bit of a show and given some more competition.
Yep.
But Bruni still leading all by himself. Look at the action here in our second group. Travis Wiley going up the inside. And I think that is Todd Burris following him through. So Todd Burris into 5th now as they exit turn 7.
And Christian Meyer was leading that pack and is now towards the back. And we're working. We've got half a lap left in this race. And Pardis and Goulart are still considerably behind Nick Bruni. And as we go into 10 here, it's about to get very dicey in this second group.
Yeah, Wiley making the move to the front again. Looks like Salerno was on his outside. Tough to tell.
We'll see here coming through 13 who's leading that pack. Travis Wiley ahead in the second pack of cars.
Yeah, it looks like Salerno in second of that group, so that'd be 5th. Then Burris, Allen, and Meyer falling to the back of that pack.
All right, here we go. Nick Bruni headed down the backstretch into turn 17, which appears to be, unless something happens, Nick, it's pretty much set in stone. Nick Bruni with a commanding lead going into the final corner of this race. Has done a great job, had a 1.6 second gap. A big off there in the second group. But Elevon Goulart leading Preston Pardis for the second position. We'll see if Pardis is able to get around Goulart for second place. It doesn't look like he's going to have enough. So the same result from yesterday. Nick Bruni with the win. Elevon Goulart second place. And Preston Pardis rounds out your podium. Who's going to take this 4th spot, Nick?
It
looks like Travis Wiley may have enough. And no.
It looks
John
like
Salerno beat Travis Wiley to the line for 4th position. And I will say, Nick Bruni in the last lap ran a 2:34.3. I don't know how close that is to a track record, Nick, that may reset it. It is close. I believe it is a low 2:34, but I'm not sure what decimal place.
Yeah, that is going to be really close. Obviously, in a race, it's going to count. So I think there are some people going to the history books to see what our last track record was in Spec Miata.
So far here, our finishing order. Nick Bruni with the win and potential track record. Elevon Goulart, second place. Preston Pardis rounding out the podium. 4th goes to John Salerno. And then 5th is Travis Wiley. The local Todd Burris finishes 6th place in a car that is not his. He he drove it for the first time yesterday. Followed by Dean Dibidall, Christian Meyer, Chris Allen, and in 10th place, Jack Murchison. Frankie Barroso was able to move back up the field into 11th place, followed by Max Elrich, Bobby Gossett, Matias Ramirez, and Jim Drago in 15th. Shout out to Alfie Zidane finishing in 16th, who started all the way back in 28th. So a pretty good run from Alfredo Zidane. Daniel Williams in 17th, Chris Ciofo in 18th, followed by Ellie Gossett and Colin Murchison to round out the top 20. Well, Nick, we have one race down so far. How was it for you?
I think that was a great race. That was a lot of fun to watch. That second group really put on a show. That was really fun. It may not have been for a podium spot, but I don't think any of them cared. They were sending it every corner they could, pass after pass, the entire race.
You are right. And all these points go towards the national championship hunt, where the runoffs later this year will be at Road America. So all of these drivers are fighting for every point that they can get to become a majors champion. But don't go anywhere, folks. This has been a fun race so far, but guess what? We have more. So coming up next is Group 2, which is Formula V, Formula Ford, Formula Continental, and Formula 6. That's a 14 lap at 35-minute race. We'll see what happens. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, race fans, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors here in Sebring, Florida, presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Nick, we have Group 2 right about to start. That is a two-class race with Formula Continental and Formula Ford. We have four Formula Continental starting this race. We had Chris Charnow, Robert Wright, Mark Deffer, and Doug Rocco in the Formula Continental category. And it is followed by Formula Ford with John Robinson II. And unfortunately, John Benson is not taking the green flag. They had a great race yesterday where they took each other out in turn one on the last lap, giving John Scamenti the win. So I don't know if we're going to see that same result. And Neil Radloff is our third Formula Ford to take the green. But we're about to go green with a Formula Continental. Nick, what should we see here?
Some fun formula racing going on. I think it's going to be an interesting start, but we'll see if Chris Charnow can be as dominant as he was yesterday.
And they take the green. Chris Charnow on the inside with the number 90, Robert Wright on the outside. Will Wright try to make a move around the outside here, Nick, and try to make it stick? No.
No, not this time. Yesterday, he had a great start and was able to pull around the outside, give Charnow a little bit of trouble at the beginning. But this time, Charnow, I think, was ready for it and kept Wright from making that move. And he's at the front and the clean air now.
Yeah, Robert Wright was able to take a lead early in the race yesterday for this group, with Charnow still coming for a win. He ended up winning yesterday. And our green flag for our Formula Ford group, John Robinson II taking the green flag with John Scamenti on the outside of that white car. Not enough to be able to go into turn one and take the lead from the pole sitter. They had an amazing race yesterday, Nick, with John Benson as well in that mix, who unfortunately is not in this race. I hope to see John Scamenti really put the pressure on John Robinson II again, so we could have some exciting action there.
Yeah, Scamenti was able to stay right behind that group the whole time. So maybe today's the day he's the one that puts pressure on Robinson, and we see them duke it out a little bit here in Formula F.
Yeah, Radloff was not able to hold on to the pace of the front group yesterday, but John Scamenti proved that he was able to run that same pace from the leaders. So we could see a close battle here in the Formula Fords.
Yeah, we could. You can already see it kind of starting to happen. Neil Radloff falling off just a little bit, but Scamenti's going to be in the draft. He's going to have a little bit of help to stay right up behind John Robinson, and we'll see how long this battle goes. A 35-minute race, 14 laps. We'll see how things shake up today.
And our Formula Continentals starting to spread out. So far running Chris Charnow ahead of Robert Wright. And it looks like Doug Rocco in the third position was able to pass Mark Deffer, who's currently sitting in fourth. Rocco yesterday had a spin and unfortunately had the nose cone coming off and had to get black flagged. Nick, if you remember correctly, not the best thing to have if your car is reliant on that arrow to have your nose cone be coming off.
Yeah, that was unfortunate after that little incident. It was a single car incident. There was no contact, but must have shaken something loose, one of the clips. I'm not sure how those are held on, but ended his race a little bit short because of that issue. So hopefully we get a full race out of it today for Douglas Rocco.
So John Robinson II pulling a gap to Scamenti. Ran a lap time of about a second and a half faster than Scamenti on that lap, Nick. Hopefully Scamenti is able to pull that gap back in and we can see another close battle for the Formula Fords. But right now, Robinson is on a mission.
Yeah, I think after yesterday, he's got some confidence knowing that he can run at the front of the group and go back and forth with John Benson. So confidence carrying over. That car was involved in an incident, so they were obviously able to go in, work on it last night, make sure everything was straight, and it looks like that car is running just fine today.
Yeah, Robinson may be happy that Benson is not all in his mirrors this race, where Scamenti plays the patient game, I would say, and it paid off.
Absolutely, it did. We had actually called from the booth that we thought it was time for him to make a move and time to get a little more aggressive. Scamenti didn't think so. He played patient the whole time, and his strategy was right. It worked out. He was in the right place at the right time when those two got together in turn one, and he was able to just skate on by.
Yeah,
no
that was
problems.
an absolute electric finish. One of the best finishes we had yesterday, to be honest. And even in a small group, it was still one of the most exciting races that we had yesterday with those three. So a bummer that John Benson not able to turn laps today. Maybe had some damage from yesterday's incident that was just not repairable.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, the way these cars are built, they've got so many of those important components exposed. So any incident like that where you've got contact is potential to cause some damage. Looking at our score sheet, though, Robert Wright not giving up in the Formula Continental battle. Just ran the fastest lap of the race right now at a 2:15.4, closing the gap to Chris Charnow at the front.
Yeah,
it's pretty good spacing there.
Yeah. He is catching him, and we might have a good battle for first place overall in the Formula Continental group. Then we head here into turn 10. Charnow leading Robert Wright. It was 1.2 seconds behind at the line, but it does appear that he's closing that gap in even further, Nick.
Yeah, it does look like he is right there. Maybe the draft allowing him to stay a little bit closer after the straightaways. We'll see if he can get a good run through 13, 14, 15, 16, and maybe has enough draft on the backstretch to look for a move.
Yeah. We've seen the drafting work a lot in the spec classes. How about these classes, Nick? Do you think the draft is as important or less important?
For these small engine cars, I think that they do have a pretty big effect. As much as the cars are very aerodynamically shaped, any little pocket of air that they can get to allow that engine to move a little bit quicker does make a difference. The exposed suspension components, the wings, push a lot of air out of the way. So, yeah, I think the draft is important in these cars, even if they are not as reliant on it as some of the full-body cars like the Spec Racer Fords and the Spec Miatas.
So here they head to the line. Chris Charnow still in the lead over Robert Wright. But the gap has closed from about 1.5 seconds to 0.4 of a second. I would love to see Robert Wright, throw it in there in turn 3 right now.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too far back after turn 1, but would love to see some pressure being put on Charnow to force a mistake.
Yeah, Wright is in there. The last lap he ran a 2:13.9, so improving every lap so far. Still our fastest car on track. Like you said, brought that gap down to 0.4 from over a second. So he is hitting his marks and running very cleanly so far at the start of this race.
Yeah, I ran 0.8 faster than Charnow on that lap. Oh, showing a little bit of move into the mirrors. Sometimes you see that just to, not to make the move, but to just break in their mirrors to get them looking at the mirror instead of at their brake point, turn-in point, etc. Nick, I'll tell you the first race that I ever led in Spec Miata, I lost it 2 corners later when Alex Bolaños, former champion, played some games in my mirror, and I know it's effective, and I do it as well. And it looks to be that's what Robert Wright was doing going to the hairpin.
Yeah, no, it's a great strategy. It just changes your picture as you're going into the braking zone. You start to see something moving in your mirror. You take your focus off what you're doing for even a split second, and you miss your mark. So while it's not necessarily a full-on attack going in, a dive bomb or anything like that, can absolutely cause a mistake and help you make that pass on the exit.
Yeah, and just a reminder, these races are 35 minutes or 14 laps, whatever comes first. These cars are running 213, 214 So we could see them hit the lap count before the 35 minutes, Nick.
Yeah, I think a very good possibility in this group. These cars are quick, and the lap times they're running would make it for a full 14 laps rather than the 35 minutes.
Char just ran the best lap of the race, so not what Robert Wright wants to see. He had a 4/10 gap the lap prior, and now that's opened up to 8/10. So Char now hitting the marks and doing well under pressure from Robert Wright.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he was too affected by any of the moves that Robert made in his mirrors. He just hit his marks. Looked like he had a little bit better run out of turn 1 this time by. I think that's where Robert Wright could maybe find some time and start bringing it back.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's able to make some adjustments there and push it a little bit more closer to the edge in turn 1 and start closing that up.
And there's actually some pressure for the 3rd position, rounding out the podium. Doug Rocco under pressure from Mark Deffer going into the hairpin now. About the same size gap for the first place battle and the 3rd place battle. So we could have some excitement as the lap count starts to dwindle down.
Yeah, fun to see 2 different races going on right now, but only 3 of the 4 can end up on the podium. So we'll see which 3 end up there and who's going to be the one left out. Right now, the battle between Deffer and Rocco. Deffer putting a lot of pressure on the back bumper there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Formula Ford, not the same battle as we had yesterday. John Robinson just laid down a 2:20.7, which is 4 seconds faster than Scamenti's best. And Scamenti must have had a mistake because he ran a 2:28 that lap, so 4 seconds off of his best time. So that gap has certainly widened quite a bit by about 16 seconds.
Yeah, big gaps there. So not quite the race we saw in Formula F yesterday, but Formula Continental bringing us some fun battles now. So there's always someone in this group who says, we're going to take the reins and give you some action, it seems.
So yesterday, all the excitement was on the Formula Ford category, and now they have switched hands. And there's 2 separate battles at the same time in Formula Continental. But Nick, this may be a good time to hear from our corporate sponsors. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back with more Formula Car action.
AAG Auto Technic Racing operates a championship caliber organization from its Fort Myers, Florida headquarters. The team has developed a legacy of speed, precision, and determination on and off the track. From grassroots beginnings, the team has continuously evolved, driven by a passion for motorsports and a relentless pursuit of excellence.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products for many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Want to race Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Race fans, to Sebring, Florida. It is beautiful here, Nick. It is nice and sunny. There was no fog this morning. If you remember correctly, we had an hour of delay yesterday morning from a heavy fog that just did not seem to want to go away. But look at that beautiful sky here in Florida. If you are in the Northeast or the north, just the north in general, what are you doing? Come to Sebring, Florida, and race here at the Winter Vacation Majors. It's the 46th annual race here. Nick, it's always a good time. How are you? How's your weekend so far?
It's been great so far. I mean, I get to sit in the booth and talk with you all day, which is almost what I'd be doing if I wasn't here at the track. I'd just be hanging out talking with you. But instead, I get to do it with you and watch some racing, which is pretty much top of our fun list. So to bring you guys back up to speed, while we were away at break,
Pun intended,
Robert Wright ran the fastest lap, has closed the gap to Chris Charnow in Formula Continental, back down to 0.5 of a second. And you can see them on screen now. Robert Wright's not going anywhere. It seems he is still going to be putting up a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, as they head into turn one there. Very close, and they're about to catch the Formula Ford, I believe. That is Neil Radloff. So some lap traffic could be in play, but they may have an opportunity to pass this Formula Ford. Oh, the Formula Ford sliding on the entrance there is Neil Radloff, and they're able to drive around him really with no issue. But a big slide from Radloff. It may be one of those things where he saw the Formula Continentals in the mirror, missed the break point or the turn in, and had a nice slide.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a moment to wake you up and keep the blood pumping while you're in the car, especially when you're running out by yourself sometimes. It's easy to just get into a rhythm and kind of forget that there's other racing going on. You're just in your own mindset of hitting your own marks and running your own laps, and all of a sudden two guys battling for the lead come by.
It is no fun to be out there with faster cars around you, Nick. I don't really like using my mirrors very much, so I imagine somebody sneaking up on me would startle me.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as fast as these cars close. Formula Continental is able to use that aero and that downforce to really put some lap time in, and that closing speed can be pretty alarming.
Oh, we have 9.6 Neil Radloff slow out of 13. It appears to have gone into the cutoff. So Neil Radloff has retired from this race.
Yeah, maybe that slide wasn't him being surprised. Maybe some sort of mechanical issue happening as they went through the carousel.
Could be. And now Rocco under pressure from Mark Deffer there, but Mark Deffer appears to have made a mistake going into 16. That line did not look ideal. But Rocco under pressure going into 17 now on the screen, followed by Mark Deffer. I want to see some moves here, Nick.
Yeah, I think both of these cars that are fighting for their positions, whether it's the number 90 of Robert Wright or the number 8 of Mark Deffer, both of them are within striking range to make a pass. So maybe one of them will see that we're getting close to that. We're past the halfway mark with only 6 to go. It's time to put some moves on, try to make something happen here. Ooh, Deffer's getting real close to that gearbox at the back of that car from Morocco.
I want to see a move going down to the hairpin, Nick.
Yeah, I think it might be time.
Throw it in there. Oh, but a wobble coming out of the carousel was Mark Deffer, so maybe we'll not have the run to make a move going into the hairpin. We'll have to recover. But still close. It's not, maybe without that wobble, could have had a run going into the hairpin.
Yeah, great save to keep the car moving in the right direction and not lose too much time. So that was good by Mark Deffer to keep him in contention and not throw away all that work that he had done to get to that gearbox of Doug Rocco there in the 46.
We have 6 laps to go or 15 minutes. Whatever comes first, I think we're going to beat the time mark, Nick, unless we have a caution. Oh, there is some defensive play right now, as you can see, going down the backstretch. Initially, Charnow driving down the middle of the track to defend against Robert Wright, but then elected to go back to the outside again.
Yeah, Charnow starting to feel the pressure. Robert Wright has not let up. Charnow's really been all on his own for the entire weekend. He's been driving really strong. Great qualifying on Friday. Didn't even have to come out Saturday to hold that pole position. But now Robert Wright in those mirrors, and Charnow starting to feel the heat.
Interesting a hardship lap coming up for Skylar Cottrell in the SMX category. Believed to have blew his engine up yesterday on, I believe, with the last lap, Nick, if you remember correctly. But we just saw it roll by on pit road, so maybe they were able to diagnose the issue and it wasn't as bad as initially thought.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was a much bigger issue and that we wouldn't be seeing them today, but looks like always good to see them ready for a hardship lap. Looks like they got something figured out there. So we'll see some more cars in that SMX group again. That was a great race yesterday.
It really was. It really was, but unfortunate ending for both Jason Fichter and Cottrell, who started on the front row and both had a mechanical in the same corner for the last lap.
Yeah, they certainly did.
All right, can Robert Wright make a move on Charnow? He is in his mirrors going into 17, or is he playing the patient game, Nick? Is he going to wait to the very end? You could barely see him back there.
He is tucked in directly behind Chris Charnow, using every little bit of draft he can get. Charnow did not make any defensive moves that time, so I think he was a little more comfortable with the distance between him and Wright, but this time going into turn 1 may be different. They are really close together this time by
0.3 of a second, and Robert Wright ran his best lap time of the race and the fastest lap of the race altogether so far with 2:11.6. So that's a gap of 0.3 of a second at the start-finish line. If he gets a good run out of the carousel, Nick, do you make a move or do you wait?
I think it's time. Robert's been running great even behind Chris Charnow. I think if he gets some clean air, he may be able to even stretch out that lap time and take a couple of tenths off here and there once he gets some clean air and some, a little extra downforce from not having to be in the draft of Chris Charnow. We thought about it a little bit there. It looked like he saw the nose move just a bit, but he thought better. Maybe this time into 10. I'm not sure the exit was good enough from Wright to get a good run down there. We'll see. No, still too much of a gap, John.
Well, maybe it's a great time to thank our sponsors yet again before we have, hopefully, a very exciting finish here, Nick, in FC. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back after this short message.
AAG Auto Technic Racing specializes in proven driver development. The organization has won championships across multiple series. From club racing to endurance competition and pro-level races, the team provides young drivers with the necessary ladder to advance their careers. AAG Racing is committed to precision engineering, strategic racing, and talent development to remain competitive at every turn.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machined components for everything from deep sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or Spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Back, race fans. Thank you for that, for staying with us through that commercial break. Not much has changed so far in terms of positions, but we still have two close battles in Formula Continental. Nick, what are we going to see? We're going to see some moves here. 3 laps to go.
I sure hope so. We've kind of been building up to it this whole time, but it seems like both Robert Wright and Mark Deffer are kind of being patient. We haven't seen them stick the nose in anywhere yet. They're just biding their time, maybe waiting till that white flag to finally make a move.
Yeah, but it might be a good opportunity to test some passing opportunities, even if it doesn't stick. You want to maybe test some opportunities to know what you have in the tank for the last lap, Nick.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that, but sometimes with these formula cars, that's a little riskier than with a full-bodied car. Any mistake on one of those and not just a little love tap and you're back to it. It could be a catastrophic one. So I think the formula mindset's a little bit different for some of these drivers than maybe me or you have when we talk about having a big metal cage around us.
Sometimes you have to risk it for the biscuit, though, Nick.
That's true. That is very true. We will see if Robert Wright is the first one to do it or if it's going to be, well, it looks like Mark Deffer has fallen back now. He's 4 seconds back. So Robert Wright, the one we're looking to see if he's going to make a move, if he can get close enough to Chris Charnow at the front of this Formula Continental field.
Yes, Rocco has definitely made a gap back to Mark Deffer by about 4 seconds. We are working towards the final lap. So just 2 laps to go here. I'm rooting for Robert Wright, Nick.
Yeah, I would love to see him have a moment there to step on the top step. He's been in it all time. And you know that during the second qualifying that we talked about yesterday, he was running very fast laps, putting his personal bests in. So for him to have a strong finish to the weekend, I think would be a big confidence boost for the rest of this 2026 season.
That is right. And these races qualify you for the 2026 SCCA runoffs in Road America later this year. So all these drivers trying to earn participation in order to qualify and earn some points so they can win the season-long championship in addition to that national championship settled later this year.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of traffic there. Is that Robinson in Formula F? So they finally
Oh.
caught the leader in Formula F.
That could make it spicy, Nick.
It
We have one
could.
lap to go here once they come across the line. That could be exactly what Robert Wright needs.
Yeah, if they get caught in the right spot, and Chardonnay has to get slowed down, maybe a tough spot, maybe near turn 7 or turn 10, could be the opportunity that Wright's been looking for in that number 90 machine.
Yeah, they're definitely going to catch him. They're running about 7 seconds a lap faster. It'll just depend on where they catch him, Nick.
Yeah, it really will. Chris Chardonnay, though, putting in his best lap of the session, a 2:11.8. Not the fastest. That still belongs to Robert Wright. But Chardonnay, when it matters most, hitting his marks and running his best lap time. So Wright's got his work cut out for him.
Looks like they may catch him in maybe the turn 13 area, if I had to guess. Nick, turn 13, or maybe even 15, 16. If I'm Robert Wright, I'm hoping that Chardonnay catches him right, going right into 16, so we can get a good run and drive by on the backstretch.
Yeah, that's the ideal scenario for Robert Wright. I'm sure he's already thinking of scenarios in his head when this car gets caught and how it affects the race between these front two. It seems like that's the help he's going to need to make the pass happen, because Chris Chardonnay is just really hitting his marks, not making any mistakes at the moment.
Yeah, it may be that they catch him in 15 and 16 here. We're going to find out.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer.
But he has quite the gap to Robert Wright now. The Robert Wright, now, it's now or never for Robert Wright. And it looks like this will be a non-event here, as Chardonnay will just get the easy pass down the backstretch. Getting the tow from the Formula Ford as well will probably secure the win for Chardonnay.
Yeah, there he goes. Pulls out around the Formula F of John Robinson there. That is your leader in Formula F. They just caught him for the first time. And they're going to put him a lap down overall. So all of the Formula Fs will finish on the same lap. There was a possibility there that Robinson was able to get a second one and gets a whole lap advantage.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's Chardonnay, and the number 24 Formula Continental car is going to take the win over the number 90 of Robert Wright today. Doug Rocco going to finish third, we believe, as long as there's no other drama. You see him in the green car there.
So looking at Douglas Rocco going into turn 17 right now to secure that third position overall. Mark Deffer just not enough to stand on the podium today. And there he is, Doug Rocco, securing the third position of the second race here in Sebring, as Mark Deffer crosses the line in fourth. Well, that was it for the first Formula Car group of the day, Nick. But guess what? We have more. So Group 3 is coming up. E production, F production, H production, B-Spec, T4, and STU. This is going to be a great race up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway. Coming up next, Group 3 out of 7 today. E production, F production, H production, B-Spec, T4, and STU up next. We have 36 competitors to start this race, or at least with lap time to start this race, Nick, in a split start. Leading the line to the line first is Jose Pena, who dominated yesterday. If you remember correctly, got the win by a large margin and a 4-second lap time advantage to second place Michael Kuna in his BMW M3, followed by Michael Chameleon in F production, and Cliff Ira starting in fourth. I believe Cliff Ira got the win yesterday over Chameleon, over Chameleon. So we'll see if that happens again today, or if there is a new winner in F production. Then followed by Armin Magregian, Paul Mavoli, Edwin Soto Quinones, Thomas Burt, Kevin Fryer, and John Ferguson to round out the top 10. In our second group, B-Spec, we have about 11 or 12 of those B-Specs in the second group here. Josh Schmidt looking to defend the win yesterday, followed closely by Carson Neal, who will also be starting in second. John Robinson, the third. Rice Robinson. Stephanie Anderson, I believe, had some engine troubles yesterday. Nick, if you remember correctly, dumped a lot of oil on turn 17. So I don't know if we'll be seeing her today. I don't see her car there in the shot. Though, unfortunately, I think Stephanie Anderson is not able to race in the second race this weekend. Then followed by Stuart Black, Ricky Holmstrom, Chris Taylor, Jason Grant, Juan Ruiz, and Aaron Fitzsimmons. Yesterday, we did have some onboard cameras, I believe, in B-Spec. Oh, and here we are. How about that? Thanks to our producer there for pulling up Stuart Black's in-car camera. That is in the B-Spec category in his 2013 Chevy Sonic. So 2 Chevy Sonics and a sea of Mazda 2s and a couple Honda Fits and 1 Mini Cooper.
Yeah, good variety in the B-Spec today. A couple of cars to watch that we talked about. Thomas Burt was your E-Production winner yesterday in his 2005 RX-8, and Kevin Fryer taking the win in T4 in his Mazda Miata. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of those race winners, see if they can back it up, or if we'll see some new winners on the top of the podium today. In these multi-class races, anything can happen. It is really exciting racing. There's races within races. You'll get races between different classes, guys who are duking it out back and forth. And it makes for a lot of fun for us to watch and talk about here at Sebring International Raceway on a beautiful Sunday morning.
Yeah, and Ellie Goulding said it best. Anything can happen, Nick, so we'll see if there's any excitement. I knew you would love that reference, Nick, as you are a pop culture queen yourself. Not only do you do racing commentary, Nick, you are an excellent Name That Tune music trivia host.
Oh, thank you. Yes. When there's no racing going on, that's my favorite pastime.
We will get into your Spotify playlist later of your top Spotify Wrapped artists. But before that, we have a green flag about to take place in the first half of this group. Jose Pena leading us to the line next to Michael Kuna in the BMW M3. And the green flag is waving, and a great start from Jose Pena, and a great start by the 68 of Edwin Soto Quinones up the inside in his Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, good start. Look at them fanning out here as they go into turn 1. Always the exciting part to see how quickly they go from 3, 4, 5 wide down to 1 or 2 as they make their way down towards turn number 3 here.
Jose Pena already opening up a gap in just one corner. Maybe another runaway victory for Pena. Now, remember, Pena tried to go for 2 wins. He's running in another class as well, and unfortunately had some issues in his second car. Hopefully that car got repaired and he's able to go for the sweep again today.
Ooh, a little bit of agricultural work there. Further
B-Spec takes the green flag as well. The number 17 of Carson Neal gets a good jump on Josh Schmidt at the line. Oh, and here's our in-car camera. The blue car of Rice Robinson fell back quite a bit. Maybe missed a shift there, Nick. So you see up the inside, Stuart Black with a good run. Now going to go down into turn 3. Could end up in the podium position after this corner. Is he going to throw it on the inside? Throw it in there.
Yeah, he is.
Wow. So a great start from Stuart Black, who started about fifth or sixth position, and now running up into second place. And what a great camera shot there as they go 2 wide. And Rice Robinson, John Robinson in that blue Mazda 2 initially started third, but maybe missed a shift there and is now in the very back of that pack.
Yeah, shuffled all the way back. He's got a lot of work to do to make his way up. But Stuart Black with a great start. Now trying to chase down Carson Neal, who is currently your leader. Josh Schmidt, yesterday's winner, in third as they go through turn number 7 here.
The fun thing about the B-Spec category is, yes, they're not the most horsepower strong, I guess, but they stay together the entire race, and it makes it very exciting to watch. And this B-Spec has been a class that has grown to pretty large numbers, especially on the national platform. The runoffs always have a good race at B-Spec, and we're seeing it again here for the Majors Tour here at Sebring with some great competition and very close racing. And, the other end of the spectrum, Jose Pena already opening up a huge gap on the field. So it looks to be quite the runaway for Jose Pena. Already opening up a 2.8 second lead after just 1 lap, Nick.
Yeah. Similar story that we saw in Homestead. Michael Kuna just did not quite have the pace to keep up with Jose Pena. So I think we'll have another one today. Let's hope the car stays together. He'll have a nice little double weekend there where he picks up both wins. A little bit further back in F production, Michael Kamalian has the lead over Cliff Ira at Miata, sticking it to the Honda del Sol. And they are pretty tight competitors. We saw them racing together yesterday, and Cliff Ira was able to get the win. Maybe today is Kamalian's day. We'll see.
I see the Porsche Boxster going pretty slow, going in between the carousel and the hairpin. That is Edwin Soto Quinones in the STU class, going slow. You can see on the screen there on the far left. So that car appears to have a mechanical issue. So a good start from Edwin, but not. It's not going well for him right now.
No, something definitely wrong with that car. Looks like he's trying to make it to turn 7. Maybe pull off at the cut there. We'll see how far he makes it around the track, or if he's going to need some assistance. But looks like he found something there. The car came back up to speed exiting turn 7. So maybe hit a kill switch. Got a little sideways. Hands were flying, and had to get the car restarted. I don't know. Looks like everything's okay. We'll see if he can battle his way back up through the field.
Yeah, it's a good thing that he got that Porsche back up and running, because he had a great start.
He did, yeah. He was challenging up and starting to creep up on Michael Kuna there in that M3. But the Boxster just seemed to have a little bit of a hiccup as they went through the carousels, turn 4 and 5. So we will see if his bad luck continues, or...
and a spin, or not so much a spin, by... the Sirocco, and I have seen that some smoke coming out of that car's tires for about 3 corners in a row now. So maybe a flat spot there on the Volkswagen of Mike Ogren, the lone H production car.
Yeah, so, good save there, able to keep it from going all the way around. We got a good replay of it.
Oops.
Whoa. Yeah, big slide out of that Volkswagen. Man, that is fun to watch. Yeah, very good save. Way to keep it on track there, Mike.
Saw in a comment yesterday that Volkswagen has 87 horsepower, Nick.
87? That is a rocket ship. On screen right now is the white RX-8 of Thomas Burt. That was your E-Production winner yesterday. Always fun to see those rotaries out there. They sound so cool. Spinning those little Doritos up to 9,000 RPM. It makes a great noise. There's an older RX-7 right behind him. That's John Bell in the 162 machine, running in second place in E-Production right now. So E-Production being dominated by the rotaries at the moment. We'll see if anyone else can step in, maybe take the top spot of the podium away from one of them.
So right now, Jose Pena putting down at 2:23.3 with a 4.8 second gap after just 2 laps. So starting to run away. And then in the B-Spec category, Carson Neal leading the way with a 2:48.1 in a, let's see here, very, very short gap back to second position.
Yeah, here's the battle right now on screen. Josh Schmidt looking to go around the outside in turn 1. He was able to get that position back from Stuart Black and starting to put a little bit of gap. Carson Neal and Josh Schmidt opening up their lead in B-Spec at the moment, but it doesn't look like either one of them is going to run away from the others. So
we have a move down into the inside there by what appears to be Ricky Holstrom with the inside move going into turn 3. Does not make it stick though.
Yeah, very ambitious there, but and I love the enthusiasm to stick the car in there. That's a good spot to make a pass, especially if you can defend through 4 and 5.
Oh, and Josh Schmidt making a move down the inside of the hairpin on Carson Neal to regain his pole position. So back in the lead goes Josh Schmidt.
Yeah, Carson Neal kind of let him by on that. I wonder if he's willing to wait in the second position there and let the race come to him. It's a long race. We'll have 11 laps, 27 minutes, and we'll see if Carson Neal tries to come back or just hangs onto that back bumper, looking to make a move later in the race.
There's Josh Schmidt leading the B-Spec group through turn 13 there, as Rice Robinson did not have the most ideal line coming out of turn 13, but kept it on the racing surface. Josh Schmidt starting to pull a little bit of a gap on Carson Neal, but once they get on the backstretch, that gap is probably going to close right back up as they punch quite a hole in the air, Nick.
They do, yeah. The draft very effective on these cars because of the amount of horsepower they make and the amount of air they have to move, having those fairly large front cross sections. We're watching the 68.
The Porsche Boxster, unfortunately, does appear to be retiring of Edwin Quinonez, who was up in the 3rd position, I believe, in STU at one point in this race.
Yeah, he was. He was in trip down pit lane. Looks like he's heading to pit out back to the paddock, unfortunately. But looks like the car should be pretty repairable if he was able to drive it all the way back. So whatever issues he may be having, hopefully won't hold him back from doing any races soon. Looking at the F production battle, Cliff Ira working his way back to Michael Kamalian. We'll see if we can find them on track, maybe follow them around for a bit. They should be coming through turn 16 and 17 pretty soon with those chopped off front ends, those cool looking cars. There they are. They're coming down through 17. Look at how close they are.
And a move being made by Kamalian into turn 17 on Cliff Ira. We'll see who comes out in front of the other.
Side by side exiting 17.
It looks like Cliff Ira able to hold on to that position. Going into turn 1 now is Cliff Ira ahead, but a strong battle between Ira and Kamalian here for the F production lead. So very close racing.
Yeah, these guys are going at it, and it's very cool to see 2 different cars that are built to the same spec, with those roll cages sticking out, the windshields missing, and they're going back and forth. Kamalian led early on in the race, and now Cliff Ira has taken over. We'll see how long he can hold on to that lead. Yeah, good run out of the carousel. Cliff Ira is going to be able to stretch the legs a little bit as they come towards turn number 7, but Kamalian still right there. I think he's going to work to get back to that back bumper, and I think we'll see him make a move again pretty quickly. It seems to be that these two love to go back and forth, and no one's content just waiting in second place for the race to come to them.
Cliff Ira from Jacksonville, Florida. Go Jags.
Go Jags.
They take on the Bills at home. I'm sure Cliff Ira wants to get this race win and then go back home and watch the Jags move forward in the playoffs. I know we would love to see it, Nick, as we're both from Jacksonville.
Yeah. I hope he's got a little Duval sticker somewhere on that car. That'd be pretty cool. Might have to go check out that car in the paddock during lunch break if he's still around.
Can we get a Duval in the chat? Then Jose Pena already catching the B-Spec cars and making his way through some lap traffic going into turn 1 here. You can see past the entire field of B-Spec now ahead of Josh Schmidt.
Yeah, Josh Schmidt continuing to lead in B-Spec and opening up the gap a little bit. I was wondering if Carson Neal was going to be able to give him some pressure. But right now it looks like it's all Josh Schmidt. You can see here we are on board with Stuart Black going through turns 3, 4, working our way through the carousel, turn 5. And you can really see the way the rear end of the car wants to come around, but having all the power at the front, just kind of pulling the car through the corner as they make their way down towards the hairpin. Give you a good look at the walkover bridge here and this big asphalt patch that they put in the braking zone.
Nick, I was impressed with your counting skills. I didn't know if you were going to be able to make it to 5.
Oh, well, after that, I gave up. I don't know where turn 6 is. I do know where turn 7 is, but so I'm assuming turn 6 is somewhere in between the two. But I don't know where the official apex of it is. So, there's a good possibility my racing line between 5 and 7. Not that quick. The M3 of Michael Kuna starting to make his way through the B-Specs as well. So the STU leaders into that lap traffic. Wonder if that'll cause any problems for Schmidt and Neal at the front of the B-Spec field.
I don't know, Nick. But now we have a third place battle in B-Spec heating up. That is between Stuart Black and Rice Robinson. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, a little far back there, John, but I like the enthusiasm. Yeah. I'd love to see a couple more B-Spec.
It was actually the M3, I believe, of Michael Kuna that I mistaked for a Mazda 2.
Very similar cars. Easy to make that mistake, John.
So just a reminder, this is a 35-minute race or 14 laps, whatever comes first. And this is just Group 3 out of 7. So we have a lot of racing action today, Nick. We've already seen some good ones so far, and we have a good one going right now. Anything else today that you're looking forward to?
I thought the GT field that we had in Group 7 was a lot of fun to watch. We had some pretty good battles in there across the different groups, and you add good racing to the sound of some muscle, some big bore cars. It's a perfect combination. So hopefully all those drivers have stuck around and they will be here for Group 7 later today. And I hope all you viewing will stick around to watch that one. That's going to be a fun group. Big field there. Yeah, so we have a lot of action still left to go. And we'll end with a banger with the GT group. We're approaching halfway for this race, so it's a good time to take a break and thank our sponsors. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more action from Group 3.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is Southwest Florida's premier shop offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and more. AAG Racing provides the resources necessary for drivers to advance through the ranks of motorsports and achieve their racing goals. Follow AAG Racing on Facebook and Instagram to learn more.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision started in owner Marcello Canatano's house back in 2004. From just one product and a dream, the company now produces products made in the USA for companies like Shelby American and SpaceX, to name just a few. Based on Florida's Space Coast and utilizing the latest in advanced CNC machinery and software, they are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Whether you're just getting started or have a large portfolio of components to manufacture, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all: full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even a daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway. Thank you for sticking with us through our commercial break, and we're back in action here, Nick. We have 7 laps to go, or 16 minutes. My math is not too good, so it could be one or the other left in this race. And Josh Schmidt creating quite some separation back to Carson Neal there, with about 2 or 3 cars in between as they're getting lapped. So it looks to be maybe a clear victory in the works for Josh Schmidt.
Yeah, we'll see how he navigates the traffic. You can see all sorts of cars around him, including our F production leaders, Cliff Ira and Michael Kamalian. So a lot of cars to shuffle through. There's Cliff Ira. It looks like he's made it through. Michael Kamalian close behind. Look at Josh Schmidt working his way, trying to keep the car moving quick, flashing the lights even. At our, looks like a Mini Cooper. Who's in a Mini Cooper there, John? You've got the entry list there. Not a B-Spec one, like an Austin Mini.
That would be Ted Phoenix.
Ted
On
Phoenix.
Austin Cooper S in the F production category. Qualified 3rd.
Okay. Well, it looks like he is a lap down at the moment, so maybe he had some issues early on. And working his way through. I thought he might have been in 3rd trying to chase down Ira and Kamalian, but does not appear to be the case. Yeah, there's that Mini Cooper that's running in F production this weekend. I think Carson Hill was able to close up a little bit with that traffic that Josh Schmidt is in. I think Josh Schmidt wants to get around this F production car.
Well, yeah, Carson Neal is now only, I'm not sure, Nick, how far back he is. You have the Josh Schmidt flashing the lights at the Austin Cooper S. You love to see it.
Yeah.
He said, "Get out of my way. I'm coming through."
I've got the new school commuter car on the racetrack compared to the old school. Mm-hmm. You know, they're both their times grocery getter, maybe my first car kind of thing. And the Sonic has now overtaken the Mini Cooper.
How about that?
Yeah.
So Carson Neal now getting back into the draft of Josh Schmidt, we may have a barn burner left to go in the B-Spec category. Not as clear cut as it looked just a couple laps ago, Nick.
Yeah, Carson Neal was able to get around Ted Phoenix much more quickly than Josh Schmidt was. That held him up. So now Josh Schmidt has some work to do if he wants to bring that lead back. And now he's got a Mazda Miata that may be looking the inside. No, he's going to be gentle on him and let that leader continue their race.
All right, so just 13 minutes left to go. Or 6 laps. And by the way, that we are moving, 2:22 is the best lap time by Jose Pena. So may hit the time mark first, Nick. Gonna be close.
It's gonna be very close. I think we're gonna get all 5 laps in.
How about that?
On the rough math? But you know, I've been wrong before. So my prediction is we get all 5 laps in. It looks to be a pretty good battle going on in E-production. That's Louis Bustani, John Bell, and Mike Janish. They are all within about a second of each other. Wonder if we can find them. We've got a yellow second-gen RX-7 is the car we're going to try to find on track for you. We'll take a little peek at the E-production battle for second. Yeah, probably just behind these B-Specs here. So if we hold this shot, might be able to see them come in. We've got a Miata, an RX-7, and another Miata. There they are. So this is the battle for second in E-production that you're seeing go into turn 17 right now. Your closest 3 cars in E-Prod. We want to give them some love for a little bit. That's John Bell in the RX-7. He was in second for quite a while. We talked about the rotaries doing pretty good work, but it feels like Thomas Burt's going to run away. We'll see if John Bell can make his way back into second, though.
Oh, it looks like they're calling in for someone passing under a local yellow. Is what it. For the number 12 of Armin Magrigian passing a B-Spec in a local yellow. So not a good call in for that number 12 car.
No, a little bit of talking to for passing under yellow after the race may be in order for that driver, and we'll see if they stop on pit road. But here we are. The E-Prod battle still pretty good here, as you see. What's that? 4 cars there? Yeah, the 2022, and then yep. So we've got Louis Bustani in that 1999 Miata. He's going to be the one that pops into screen right now. John Bell, Mike Janish, and then Mark Webber is going to be the 4th car there.
And they're getting held up by those B-Specs that are racing for position as well.
They are. So races within races right now, and making it a little bit tricky to navigate. Look at them all intermingled in there.
Yeah, great job by the RX-7 there to create some separation.
Yeah, he was able to really get through there fairly cleanly. He might be able to make some space.
Cliff Ira just ran his best lap time of the race with a 2:28 as he extends his lead. Oh, someone's going off track.
That is our GR86 in this group, or FRS, or whatever it may be.
The exit of
John Ferguson, the 23 car, running in T4, his 2nd place car in that class. But looking at the timing sheet, our B-Spec team.
Oh, we have a lead change, or sorry, a change for the 2nd position. with the RX-7 getting passed by the MX-5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. E-Prod. That's actually a change for third. We've got the RX-8 leading right now, and then we've got a Miata in second. So John Bell falling. He was once in second place, now down to second, third, fourth position. Had to break out the fingers again to count that one.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just 3 laps left to go in this race. We still have 4 more races after, Nick.
We sure do. I'm wondering, I just saw that there was a position change in B-Spec. Looked like Carson Neal had taken the lead at one point, and then Josh Schmidt just took it back. So I'm thinking that battle's going to continue to be a little bit hectic as we move in. I wonder if there was some traffic-related incidents there that allowed Carson Neal to get around, or if it was really just driving. Josh Schmidt did just turn a 2:44.1, the fastest lap time in B-Spec by over a second. So he is on it right now. He is driving the wheels off that little Chevy Sonic.
Didn't know you could do that.
Well, Josh Schmidt showing us how it's done. There he is. Carson Neal right behind still. See if Carson Neal can fire a little warning shot back. Maybe put a fast lap in, close the gap, get Josh Schmidt a little bit nervous. But if Josh is going to keep that ice in his veins, and he's not worried about what's behind him right now. He is all eyes forward, full speed ahead.
Nope. We have some metal-to-metal contact between the 8.7 of Mike Janish in 2022 Mazda MX-5 on Rice Robinson and B-Spec. So going through the field, they made some contact, and that just got called into race control from the corner worker.
That must have happened during that E-Prod B-Spec mix-up that we saw. We cut away because we wanted to see if the Josh Schmidt and Carson Neal battle was going to heat up. And yeah, there they are. I think those are the 2 cars that may have been involved. The B-Spec in the back and that Mazda MX-5.
We have 12 laps completed from Jose Pena, who has just absolutely dominated this race yet again. Michael Kuna has not, we'll get a gap for you, but Michael Kuna still has not crossed the line yet. So that just shows you how big that gap really is. So they are working the white flag lap. So just 2 laps to go with a 45-second gap back to second place. So Jose Pena just on a mission and dominating in true fashion there.
Yeah, absolutely. He is really taking this STU car and put it at the top step of the podium, rightfully so, twice this weekend. Let's hope that, knocking on wood, no mechanical issues before the end of the race, and he's able to do a clean sweep of the STU class this weekend.
Don't give him the commentator curse, Nick. Another best lap time just set now from Dirk Strausfeld on his 11th lap, set a 2:36.9, running third in T4 in his 2006 Mazda MX-5. And there's Jose Pena trying to get around Josh Schmidt. Is that the second time that he's lapped this field?
Yeah, it sure is. So there he goes, making it through. Pushing Josh a little offline. Is that going to be enough to let Carson Neal back in? Maybe get some more draft?
I don't know. Maybe. That would be exciting for us to call.
Yeah, Carson Neal just put in his best lap of the race, 2:45.3, which is still a second behind Josh Schmidt and about 0.5, so a half second slower than Josh's last lap. So Josh doing everything he can right now to extend that gap. Carson Neal, we'll see if he can close that gap with
Yeah, well, now
coming to the white flag.
they just got lapped for the second time, so this will be their last lap as well. They don't get the opportunity to have 2 more laps for Carson Neal to close that gap. So running out of time is Carson Neal on the screen there, just crossing the line. He is 1.8 seconds back, so needs nothing short of a miracle to close that gap, I think, Nick.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of help there. Let's see. What else is brewing? Yeah, everyone else pretty spread out across the field as well. We were watching was that F production? Yeah, of Cliff Ira and Michael Kamalian. Cliff Ira's opened up a 10-second gap over Michael Kamalian over the last couple of laps. So really found some pace in that car. Wonder if traffic was a factor there, if there were any issues. We saw them coming through the B-Spec field and some of the other slower cars earlier in the race.
Hopefully Cliff Ira's dominating victory today, being from Jacksonville, Florida, will also play off for the Jacksonville Jaguars to beat the Buffalo Bills today. Can we get a Duval in the chat? So working the final lap here, Jose Pena going through turn 13 right now is the leader there on the screen. So just about half a lap left to close out another dominating performance by Pena, leaving no stone unturned, Nick.
Yeah,
Ooh, what did that? Oh, the RX-8 was just getting out of the way.
Yeah.
I thought initially something was wrong.
That's your E-Prod leader, too. Yeah. So if there was something wrong, that would have been pretty exciting for some of the other contestants in that class. They would have been able to move up a little bit if he couldn't make it to the start-finish line. But just a courteous driver getting out of the way.
So our leader is coming down into turn 17 to take the checker flag here shortly. 1 corner to go for a 50-second gap going into this last lap. So Jose Pena with the win here at Sebring in the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors, the Sebring International Raceway. Dominating performance. I'm sure he will use that confidence to have a great season.
Yeah, I think he's a driver that we're going to see at a lot more of the majors tours and maybe some super tours throughout the year. I could see him making a great shot at the runoffs and having some good times. Some other winners that we've got. E-Production, Thomas Burt is going to take the win in his RX-8. Let's see, has anyone else crossed the line yet? Yes, Josh Schmidt. Josh Schmidt has crossed the line, and he is going to take the win over Carson Neal. Carson giving his best lap on the last lap, but just not enough to catch up to Josh Schmidt. So a sweep of the weekend for Josh Schmidt. Stuart Black is going to come in third, Bryce Robinson fourth, and Chris Taylor rounding out your top 5 in B-Spec.
So that is the way that the cookie crumbles here, Nick, for Group 3. Great performances all around in all of those classes. But guess what, folks? We have another group coming up, and that is the Spec Racer Ford group in Group 4. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break now that this race is over, but stay tuned. We're coming back with more action here in Sebring. Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway. It is a beautiful day here. Look at those clear skies. Maybe a little bit cloud cover, but it's nice. Nice. It's about 80 degrees here, Nick. Sunny. No chance of rain, which I'm sure these Spec Racer Fords love to see since they're open cockpit. But we have 37 of them have qualified for this second race of their weekend. And we had a pretty good one yesterday. Brian Schofield took the win over Russell, and they pretty much drove away from the entire field.
They did. Yep, a very dominant performance from them. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, well, I would say that their competitors right behind them wish for a different result this time around. But let's go through the starting grid order. Robeson Clay Russell on pole, starting next to Brian Schofield in second. That was our winner yesterday. Followed by Keith Grant and Colin Clark in the second row. James Gardy and Trey Ayers behind them. Connor Grant, Todd Vanacore, Grant Vogel, and John Vogel rounding out your top 10. Andrew Wezanowski, Mike Baconowski, David Dickerson, Josh Jacobs, Arvid Albanese, Tim Preble, TJ Preble, Kevin Ellion, Ethan Smith, and Jean-Luc Liverato rounding out your top 20. Out of those top 20, Nick, who do you pick to win? You haven't been good at this so far. Can you...
I have not. I think I'm going to go with Schofield again. I'm going to say he gets the job done twice in a row. I know it's a little risky to say that after, Russell was able to see how he raced, but I think he's got it. And he's going to sweep the weekend. That's my prediction.
Alrighty. So following down the grid order further, Nolan Elder, Sean DeColb, Andrew Adler, Greg Falcone, Jim Daly, Craig Jansen, Keith Frazier, Gary Vizioli, and Daniel Matias rounding out your top 30. For your next 7 spots, Richard Wheel, John Dunshis, Raymond Moser, Scott Hill, Evan Smith, Mark Silverberg, and Mike Bennett. You round out your entire field. So Spec Racer Fords always give us a good show, Nick. A lot of drafting happens here. The racing is extremely close, and we saw that earlier with a couple Spec series already, B-Spec and Spec Miata, and now we get another Spec class here, one of our biggest classes in the SCCA that always puts on a great show. What are your predictions for this race besides your just prediction of Brian Schofield to take the win?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of drafting. I think people are going to be working together today. We saw a lot of individual efforts, and I think today they've learned their lesson. They know they've got to work together to try and run those top 2 down. But I think you're going to see a little more cooperation throughout the field. As any Spec race, you're going to see racing from the front to the back. Everyone is going to be pretty much paired off with someone, have some sort of on-track rival for this session, and that's just the fun of a Spec class. No matter where you are, there's always someone to race with.
Mm-hmm. And here you can see the classic Mazda safety car taking us to the green flag here shortly. Lights are out. We're about to go green. That is Brian Schofield and Robeson Clay Russell in the front row to kick us off here for our 4th race of the day. Coming to the line. And the green flag is out. And a jump by the second row.
Look at them fan out even near the back.
Oh, there's a crash on the front straightaway. 3 cars on the inside, on the right side of the track. It's just outside of our window, so I can't get the number for you. I will get those details for you now, but unfortunately, 3 cars hard into each other and in the inside of the wall. Pay attention to the left side of the screen. So a big hit on the right side of the track. Collected a couple of cars, so an unfortunate start to this race. Double yellows are already back out again. Hopefully everyone is okay. I can see drivers moving. There's 2 cars, I believe, in the wall currently right now, but I see one of the drivers getting out, and also I I could see from my window, Nick, both drivers waving that they are okay. So that is a good sign.
Great sign. Yep. We saw the 20, maybe one of the cars that got collected in there. He was able to move slow towards turn 1, but there are still 2 cars disabled. So the 20 is Tim Preble. So I'm wondering if it's someone around them where they started. That could be a couple different options. So we're going to listen on the radio to see if we can get those car numbers.
All right, so we'll get the car numbers for you here shortly. So the safety crew has not arrived at the scene just yet, but they are talking to some pit workers across the wall, and we got some thumbs up here from the driver. So glad everyone is okay, but unfortunate start for our Spec Racer Fords here. They fanned out pretty quick, Nick, and you know, it's a lot of cars for the same piece of real estate, and sometimes, unfortunately, this happens.
Yeah, the Sebring start is definitely tricky. Walls on both sides. You've just got a little bit of room. There's no runoff to work with, so any mistake, and you're right into the wall. But unfortunate that we had a rough start like that. Love to see the jockey and everything. Maybe a little bit of a slow start from the front row caused things to kind of accordion in the back couple of rows, causing to this. So we'll see the next restart once they get going again, if they're able to get a little bit better start. Safety crews arriving on scene now. We are hearing from the race control room that the Pigs car is going to go down pit road as a bypass to let these safety crews work, not have to worry about any race cars coming through. So that's going to help speed up the clearing process.
Both drivers are up and moving out of the car. All right, so this might be a good time for a commercial break as we are responding to the scene there, the safety crew, but good news that the drivers appear to be okay. But stick with us, folks. We'll be right back.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is a full-service prep shop located in Southwest Florida, offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and comprehensive support. The team specializes in driver development and provides drivers with the resources necessary to climb the ladder from club racing into the pro racing levels.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway. Thank you for hanging on with us. I have some updates for you as we're about to go back to racing here shortly in just one more lap. We had a 3-car incident, well, actually 4-car incident at the start. So here's the information I have gathered from the corner workers. The 177 of Arvid Albanese got into the back of Tim Preble, the number 20 machine, and that created an accordion effect, really, a chain link reaction to collect Jean-Luc Liverato, Keith Frazier, and Daniel Matias all into the wall on the front straightaway. And Nick, it's good to see that all of the drivers were up and moving, and everyone appeared to be okay. But unfortunate start for 4 cars.
Yeah, very rough start for them. And for the rest of the field, you get all excited for your race. Green flag drops, the adrenaline spikes, and all of a sudden, double yellows again. So it's hard to collect yourself after a start like that and be ready to go again. So hopefully all of our competitors out there have got their mindset right, and they're ready to go racing again now that we've got everything cleared. Great work by the safety crew and the trackside workers for being able to collect all the information. And yes, very happy that all those drivers appear to be okay, and we're able to walk away from their cars there on the front stretch.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that has eaten up a lot of time on the race clock. This is a 35-minute race or 14 laps, and we're definitely, now my math is a little bit better, Nick. I think we'll hit the time limit on this one first, but we should go back racing probably with about 15 minutes left to go. So there's going to be a lot of jockeying for positions early on, as there's not that much time left. So your guys that may be back in the 5th, 6th, 7th spot thinking that they still have a chance to win need to make a move a lot earlier than if they would have had the whole 35 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast and frantic race. Basically a 15-minute sprint now. Brian Schofield's still leading, but it looks like Keith Grant and Trey Ayers were able to make it around. So Robeson Clay Russell back in 4th position on this restart. Has some work to do if he wants to get back up to Brian Schofield at the front and try and take another shot, trying to get a win today here on Sunday.
Yeah, the second row and the third row really got a good jump on the leaders, and they were already fanning out pretty early. So that tells me maybe the start was just too slow. And part of that's maybe my personal preference, Nick, of having, I think when you have a rolling start early and everyone's getting to speed a little bit earlier, you typically have less jumping happening because everyone's just antsy.
Yeah.
Like everybody wants to go, and they're waiting for the green flag. And some people, once you hear one person go, everybody goes. So maybe we'll see if your pole sitter here, Brian Schofield, will start the race a little bit quicker this time.
Yeah, plus single file will be a little bit more helpful as well. You're not going to have that double file restart after a caution, so everything should be a little more spread out, a little bit less chaotic. It doesn't mean no chaos, though. Spec Racer Ford has the ability to bring us some fast, exciting moments anytime in the race, so I anticipate this will be no different.
All right, so the safety car, the classic Mazda safety car, is leading us into turn 17 here shortly to lead, which what started was 37 cars, at least down to 33 now. So there's the classic Mazda right there. You'll see that in a couple weeks at the 24 Hours of Daytona weekend. So thanks to Classic Mazda for letting us use these pace cars for the race this weekend here at the Winter Vacation Majors Tour. And we are about to go green, Nick. Let's hope we get it right this time.
Yeah, I think all the competitors are thinking the same thing. They are ready to go racing as Brian Schofield leads them around turn 17 towards start finish.
All right, here we go. Some people jumping out the 9th, 10th spot. The 32 car.
Andrew Wisniewski.
Yeah, with a great start, one of the first to jump out. And Brian Schofield taking us through turn 1 and all clean so far. Oh, nope, not clean. More incidents on the exit of turn 1. A few spins. But it doesn't look like anybody made contact with a wall there, Nick, so hopefully some spinning continues. But more chaos as you foresaw. But we have someone still sitting there in turn 1.
Yeah, hopefully able to get it fired up, just stalled it out. So we are going to keep an ear to the radio to see if that car is able to keep going. But the racing is still continuing. There's no double yellows yet. And Brian Schofield continuing on.
So that was TJ Preble in the number 16 machine. So both Prebles are now out of the race. So TJ Preble has now the next victim of a start tragedy here, Nick.
Yeah, but these drivers at the front not stopping. Still Brian Schofield, Keith Grant, Trey
And we have
Ayers.
double yellows all around again, Nick, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So there is a car still sitting in turn 1 with debris on the racing surface. So there you can see on your screen, that is the silver number 16 of TJ Rebel. So now we are back to double yellow, Nick. This is not what anybody wants to see. We want to see some green flag racing, but you know who probably doesn't mind? Brian Schofield.
Yeah, he wanted to race for sure, but if this is the way the race is going to go, I don't think he's going to be upset with the result. Maybe just the way that they got there, unfortunately.
So another double yellow here, but I think that this one will get cleaned up pretty quick, Nick. So I do think that we will go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, I think this one should be pretty quick, and you're right. I think we will still get more green flag laps, but this quick sprint that we called 15 minutes is going to be even shorter now. Could be down to 7 or 8 minutes by the time they get things going.
No, not an ideal race for one of the typically the best races that we have on any given race weekend with the Spec Racer Fords.
About to get the radio call for the turn 1 incident, so we'll give you an update as soon as we get that all written down.
Yeah, so the word in from the corner workers is the 16 car of TJ Preble spun and was collected by another car where contact was made.
It's a silver car. That could be the 68 of James Goffrey. That car hasn't come by and run a 5th lap yet. Maybe that is the one that is unfortunately disabled in turn 1. We were looking for a silver car, and that could fit the bill.
So we have car 32, which is Andrew Wisniewski, sitting on pit road right now talking to the stewards. Word is that it could be car 32 and 16 of TJ Preble made contact. So we're getting some more information for you there, and once we have it, we'll share it.
Getting some passes under yellow called in as well when that double yellow came out. Well, they're going to maybe have some shuffling around of the final results at the end of this thing, depending on how penalties are handed out, if any.
So an update for you. It's actually not TJ Preble. It is James Gardy and the 68 machine. So that is our... so we still have TJ Preble in the race, which is a good sign for him. But James Gardy in the 68 machine is the car that is sitting in turn 1 right now. All right, so we got some more information for you. The 35 car of Richard Wheel got passed under double yellow by John Dunshis and the number 66 of Mark Silverberg. So some people going into the bad boy box after this race, Nick. But guess what? We're going back green racing.
We are. Yep. We have the call from race control. Green flag this time by. So we're going to have ourselves about a 6-minute shootout, 3 laps or so. We'll see how this unfolds.
Is the third time the charm, Nick?
I think so.
Okay.
I think this is the one.
I'm sure everybody else would love that, maybe except for Brian Schofield.
Yep, he's got his work cut out for a little bit of a shootout here. See if he's able to hold on to that lead. Keith Grant, Robinson Clay Russell able to make it up into third on that last restart. So he's working his way back to the front. And we'll see if he's able to get the job done today.
Yeah, and if I'm Keith Grant, Russell, Trey Ayers, Todd Vandercourt, I'm trying to make a move now. Right at the start, because if history keeps repeating itself, the pace car may win this one.
Yeah, there is a definite possibility of that, so I think you're right. Make the move ASAP.
And we are going back green flag racing. You already have a jumper there from the 18 car. That is Steve Whitson. Pulled out of line pretty early with a great start from the 18 there, the white car on the outside. I don't know if he jumped or just timed it perfectly, but Nick, it seemed like he had a lot of steam going into turn 1.
Yeah, it did look like he was a little bit faster than the rest. You see him moving up all the way into what looks like 5th or 6th position. So we'll keep an eye on the radio, or ear to the radio, see if anyone calls that in. But Brian Schofield already making a gap out the front there. He's not going to be waiting around letting anyone make a move.
Yep, and Nick, we've made it. At least 7 corners now. About to go into 7, and a big move down the inside.
Yeah, that might be. No, that's not a Vogel car. I know what theirs look like. We'll have to see if we can catch it on the next camera angle what car that was moving into 2nd place. Maybe the 31 of Robinson Clay Russell finally getting back to 2nd. Tough to tell there.
Oh, and a big lockup going into 10, but in the 34 car, taking the cone out, that's Ethan Betnick-Smith. Nick, he went out a little too far there and collected some pylon.
He did. I wonder if all those caution laps cooled those tires down, and he was expecting a little bit more grip when he got to the brake pedal.
It could be. So all the cars there going through 13, now coming into 15. Brian Schofield opening up a good margin already. And some 3 wide action going into turn 15. And a big lockup by the 181. That is Craig Jansen. Oh, and a spin and a wreck here. Oh, no, a spin and continue. It looks to be the number 18 of Steve Whitson. Or sorry, no. Couldn't get the number. I knew there was an 8 in it. Green and black of Kevin Alien, it appears.
Yeah, 28 there. Okay. So the chaos continues here in Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah. So here at the start-finish line, Robinson Clay Russell able to get back to Brian Schofield, but Brian Schofield leading the way. Now Keith Grant in 3rd, Trey Ayers in 4th, Todd Vandercourt in 5th.
Yeah, seeing some the time. Oh, a big wide move there. That looks like Robinson Clay Russell taking it a little bit too hot into turn number 1. He's going to stay in 2nd position, but lets Brian Schofield open up a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, and to how about Steve Whitson? He started in the 21st position, Nick, and is now running 7th.
Yeah, he has moved up a lot. A great race so far with the very few laps that we've run. If you take the 2 half laps, we're up to, I think, a total of 2 full laps lengthwise of green flag racing.
And we are about to be on the final lap. So 1.5 laps left to go in this Spec Racer Ford shootout. And a good battle in the front here, Nick.
Yeah, you can see Brian Schofield, Robinson Clay Russell, and now it looks like Trey Ayers into the 3rd position. So some familiar names from yesterday, and we'll see how this race shakes up. They're all racing towards the white flag right now, and you know Brian Schofield can't wait to see it. He is hoping to stay out in front. Doesn't want to see any action in his mirrors right now.
Yeah, and Russell is, it's the second time this lap he's dropped a wheel off the exit, Nick.
Yeah, he's pushing hard, trying to make up some ground and get back to that rear bumper, give him a shot to make a pass. We'll see if the draft on the backstretch helps out and can pull him a little bit closer to that lead car.
But it looked to be a really good exit out of 16 and a big slide there by the 44 machine. That's Grant Vogel. So we are heading into turn 17. Now, Brian Schofield still in the lead. Russell with a lot of pressure behind from Keith Grant and Trey Ayers.
Yeah, they are knocking on his door for second place. If he's not able to get up to Schofield, they want their shot at it as well.
So Trey Ayers has moved up into the third position, running the best lap time so far this race with 1 lap remaining. Can Trey Ayers get it done? He started in 6th place, Nick.
He did, yeah. He has moved up a lot, and I don't think he's satisfied with just staying in third. He's going to be looking for a place to pass, try to get in the second spot, maybe make a run at the top. Brian Schofield's been holding it down the entire time.
So Brian Schofield with a slide on the exit. The carousel will not help him as he goes down into the hairpin, but still keeping the gap there. Trey Ayers looking to get in this battle for the lead.
No one popping out going in. Oh, there, Trey Ayers showing a little bit of that front bumper. Maybe just a little mirror action as we talked about during the formula race, how that can affect you and maybe force a mistake. We'll see if they do anything into turn 10.
Yeah, it didn't look like Trey Ayers had a good exit, though, out of the hairpin. So not close enough to really make a move going into turn 10 here. So they're electing to all stay in line. That allowed Keith Grant to catch back up Trey Ayers after the hairpin.
Yeah, that front group is still really tight. Depending on how things work out, I think anyone in that front group still has a shot to win this thing.
Brian Schofield, the light drop of the wheel on the exit of 13. It's anyone's ball game here, Nick.
It is, yeah. Yeah, they are all pushing those cars to the limit. You've seen them dropping wheels here and there, and they are trying to eke every little tenth of a second they can out of these Spec Racer Fords.
Oh, Brian Schofield with a mistake, it appeared, ran wide. Russell electing not to make a move going to 16. That's pretty smart, Nick, I would say, as it's set up for the longest straightaway here. And we'll see if Ayers and Grant have enough to potentially draft around Schofield and Russell duo. We can see Schofield on the outside, and they're going 2 wide, potentially 3. Nope, 2 wide here. Russell on the inside of Brian Schofield. We'll look at the exit of 17 coming now. Who is going to get it done? They are now 2 by 2. I don't even know who won that. Brian Schofield won by the transponder by 6 thousandths of a second to take it back from Russell, who almost got him. So the over-under worked for Brian Schofield according to the timing chip. And Trey Ayers will settle for 3rd. Keith Grant in 4th. That's 4 cars within 0.3 of a second, Nick.
Wow. Wow. What a great finish. A little bit of a rough start, but yeah, out the window as we were looking at start-finish line.
I had no idea who won that one.
Until we got a timing update, it was, it looked to be a dead heat from where we were standing. And yeah, Russell made a great move to go up the inside. It didn't look like Schofield really covered off the inside too much, and Russell took advantage of it, but just wasn't able to carry the momentum and make it stick. A great finish by Schofield to come back and
sweep the weekend.
That's right. Yeah.
Also sweeping Homestead, so 4 for 4.
Yeah, 4 for 4 on the Majors Tour so far for Brian Schofield. Got to have some really positive momentum going into the rest of the season after 2 weekends like that. So congratulations to Brian. Clay Russell also 2 second places here at Sebring. and a combined margin of victory of what, 0.3 of a second
Maybe.
between 2 races. I mean, it's only added 6 thousandths to it today. So, yeah, put up a great fight and made this race very interesting both days, Saturday and Sunday.
Well, that concludes the race for the Spec Racer Fords. Not what we wanted to see, really, for the first half of that, but a great finish at the end. It capped off with a very close finish, the closest of the weekend so far. But don't go anywhere, folks. We have Group 5 coming up next. That's T3, STL, and SMX. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans, to Group 5 out of 7 for today here at the Winter Vacation Majors here at Sebring International Raceway. We have a good one up next, a split start. So the first group will be SMX cars. So that is your NC Miatas, NC MX-5s. We have about 11 of them. Kicking it off will be Skylar Cottrell and Jason Fichter. Both of those cars retired early yesterday, Nick, on the last lap, unfortunately, where Nathan Saxon got the win. So Skylar Cottrell and Jason Fichter on the front row again. Jackson Wolney starting in third, and race 1's winner, Nathan Saxon, starting in fourth. Then we have Juan Dushak, Mitchell Lowry, Ryan Heisman, Gavin Vaughn, Jeremy Butts, Christopher Jerem, and Jillian Fichter to round out our SMX category. And then in the second group, we have Jose Pena. I didn't know if he drove by us, Nick. Nope, I do not see Jose Pena behind the pace car, so that car did, in fact, retire from the entire weekend, unfortunately. But that means Nick Leverone is starting on the pole, and we remember yesterday him and Aponte having a really great battle at the very end, and was side by side in 17, and Aponte was able to hold off a charging Nick Leverone and hold on to the win. So that was a great finish. I'm hoping to see one very similar to that, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think STL was a really good show yesterday, and would love to see that S2000 and that Miata battle it out again.
Yep. So further on in T3, Colin Duffy will start ahead of Casey Gunnell and Dan Moen and Javier Sanchez. So 4 T3 cars in a row, separated by Amy Mills and then Logan Stretch. Nolan Elder, Thomas Burt, Thomas Paulino, John Elder, Mike Janish, Vaughn Weber in the 26th spot, Greg Sorg, Mike Ryan, Greg Bogart, Robert Reisinger in the 30th position, Jeremy Goldberger, Joseph Miklos, Noel Sachs, Kevin Conlon, Frank Jeffrey, Christian Capote, and Daryl Stein. So 37 cars set a lap time. I don't believe we have 37 starters, Nick. It looks like we might have 34.
Yeah, I think 34 is a good number. Lost a couple yesterday, but we gained a couple back that we weren't sure we were going to see. So,
I did not see Jason Fichter cross the line there, Nick.
No, he does not have a little stamp there.
Yeah, so Jason Fichter is not in this race. Unfortunately, he had a mechanical yesterday. I saw him doing hardship lap earlier this morning, so maybe still some issues there. But his sister Jillian Fichter will have to hold down the fort for that family.
Yeah, she's got a work cut out for her today, and she is going to be running in that SMX field that is a fairly new national class, but I think it's got a lot of big things ahead of it.
All right, so we are getting close to a green flag here for our SMX. Look at that classic Mazda leading us going into turn 17. Classic Mazda's pace car. And the SMX cars are nice and bunched up. That is Skylar Cottrell taking us to the green flag here for the first half of this race start. And the pace car pulls into pit road, and we are about to go green. Green flag is out on the SMX cars in a very even start. The 133 car of Jackson Wolney on the outside of Skylar Cottrell. Skylar's car is easy to pick out, that bright pink color. Going into turn 1, Cottrell holds on with a little bit of a wiggle on the turn-in, Nick.
Yeah, first lap coming through. Looks like all the SMX cars are going to make it nice and clean as they head into turn 3.
They're going to lunge down on the inside there, and Wolney appears to have gone from second down into fourth place already.
Yeah, a little bit of shuffling.
And we're about to get a green flag here for the second group. So green flag is out for the second group. And we have a spin in the carousel as a second group is coming. So hopefully he's able to get that car under power and out of the way, because there's another group that's coming by. How about the Mustang driving up the inside there?
Yeah, look at him go. That car definitely stands out in this group. A lot of little two-seat roadsters, whether they're from Mazda or Honda. That seems to be the consensus. There's a Toyota in there too. Think if that GR86 was
the
able
Mustang
to
is having issues, Nick. Already going to the back of the pack and running. It appears to be pretty slow. So I'm not sure what happened with Dan Moen in that Mustang.
Yeah, that car had some issues during qualifying, and then they were able to get it back out for the race. But maybe some of those issues creeping back in as it's at the back of that second group right now. Well away from where it started.
Yep, so Nick Leverone leading the charge going into the hairpin now, followed closely by Aponte. I saw Casey Gunnell there in the Toyota GR86 tucking in. Oh, well, the Mustang appears to be back under power, making some passes back in, so maybe something happened and then they were able to regroup.
Yeah.
Going into turn 10 here. Nick Leverone under a lot of pressure from Gonzalo Aponte in that Honda S2000.
Yeah, he's got his hands full with that S2000 in the rearview mirror right now, and having to be a little defensive, so going to take away from his lap time. But if he can open up a little bit of a gap and really let the Miata, carry that speed through the corners, use the momentum that those cars are known for, he may be able to pull away. He was faster on raw time than Aponte yesterday. But we'll see if he's able to break away.
All right, so coming to the line here, Skylar Cottrell with a pretty good lead over Nathan Saxon in second, and an even bigger gap back to Jackson Walney in third.
Yeah, Skylar had a great first lap and was able to really stretch a little bit of a lead now. Nathan hanging on in that number 6 machine, but yeah, very strong start for Skylar. And we weren't sure that we were even going to see that car, let alone it being the front runner right now. So let's hope it stays together for a full 35 today.
Yeah, so a clean start. There was a spin by an SMX car in, that was Ryan Heisman, fun in the carousel. Oh, and we have a lead change in the second group. You have Nick Leverone passed by Gonzalo Aponte in that S2000. So, not the best start for Nick Leverone.
No, not where he wanted to be. We knew the car was faster yesterday, like we said, raw time. Best lap time about a second, almost second and a half faster for Leverone. But right now, Aponte says, I don't care what your lap times say. I'm going to make the move into 17. You're going to have to find your way around me.
Yeah, and that S2000 has ABS as well, where Nick Leverone's doesn't.
Yeah, that technology is going to lead for a help out a little bit, as especially they come into big braking zones like turn 7. You're able to find that margin with a little bit of a safety net in case you go a little bit past what the tires are going to give you.
So clean race so far in both starts, both the SMX category and the mixed class racing of STL and T3.
Yeah, STL looking great so far. We've got a T3 car running in third in that group, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right after Leverone. That's Casey Gunnell. He's your T3 leader in a Toyota GR86. So we're seeing a little bit of variety out of the front 3, which is nice. But they're all sticking together as they come through turn 13 there.
I think that might actually be Javier Sanchez that's leading Casey Gunnell. So Javier Sanchez is the third car in line in front of Casey Gunnell, that fourth car in line there on your screen. So a tight race between both the leaders for STL and T3 in that section there going through turn 16.
Yeah, we just saw the SMX cars come across start-finish line. Skylar Cottrell opening up even more of a gap. Our fastest lap in SMX with a 2:30.7. He's almost 0.8 of a second ahead of Nathan Saxon, who's got another gap of 2 seconds back to Juan Dushak, who has made it past Jackson Wolney. Wolney down to 4th now.
Okay, oh, and a car spun on the exit of 1, manages to keep it off of the wall. So that was an impressive save to keep it out. But now he's got some cars coming in pretty quick. That is a silver machine, it appears. Now, so here we'll watch the replay coming around turn 1 here. Yep, went a little wide, dropped the wheel, and around we go. But did a great job not hitting that inside wall.
Yeah, and didn't get collected by the other SMX car there too. So pretty fortunate events for that car. We'll try to get a number on that one that spun, and give you guys an update.
Looks like that might have been Gavin Vaughn. Potentially, it was hard to make out the car number.
Yeah, we'll see if he's where his position is next time by across the timing stripe, and we'll be able to get a little better idea. The STL battle's still going hot too. Gonzalo Ponte continuing to lead Nick Leverone in STL, and Javier Sanchez, your fastest car on track right now in his T3 GR86.
Oh, yeah, and there's Skylar Cottrell, trouble in Paradise. Or no, is that Jillian Fick? Yeah, that is Skylar Cottrell.
That is Skylar, yeah.
So trouble in Paradise again for Skylar Cottrell. That is going to be 2 retirements on the weekend while leading the race, Nick.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Maybe a little bit of the announcer's curse that we put on him there when we talked about weren't even sure that car was going to make it. Now having some issues. I don't know if that's a newer build. Maybe they're still doing some testing and teething on that car, finding some of the issues, but definitely looks like there was some sort of problem with that. But that hands the lead off to the number 9 car of, the number 6 car of Nathan Saxon.
Yep. And that car that did spin in turn 1 was the number 10 of Christopher Gira.
Okay.
So unfortunate weekend for Skylar Cottrell with 2 early retirements. And then we had a spin and continue from Logan Stretch in the 98 machine as well. We have a car stopped on the backstretch. It's probably Skylar Cottrell if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see in the shadows, halfway down the straightaway, I believe that is Skylar.
Pulled off into a safe spot, though. Safety crews may be able to get to him and do a hot pull, or even just let the car stay there as long as Skylar is safe in the car. He's pretty well protected by that wall and that little cut there.
Yeah, we just had the 21 car of John Elder going slow down the front stretch. We'll see if he pulls off going into turn 1. And yep, you can see you're on the edge of the screen. So more trouble there for John Elder. You can see on the screen pulling off the course, hopefully trying to find a safe exit. But I'm not sure if that is where you want to be sitting though, Nick, because that unfortunately could bring out a double yellow if it's in that position, Nick.
Yeah, that is a tough spot. So we'll see if he's able to move a little bit forward and get to the cut here at turn 1. We can see to the left side of the screen, right where that black barrier is. Otherwise, if he is in that position, that's a little bit of a tricky one.
Yeah, they're calling it in now. He pulled right where that turn 1 alpha flag stand is. And there goes a safety truck.
Yeah, as our STL leaders come by, see that silver S2000 and that blue and black flat-out Miata working their way through, going onto the backstretch there in turn 16.
All right, so we have a standing yellow at the start-finish line for the 21 car that is sitting off on the exit of turn 1, which I believe is waving or also standing. So now turn 1 is a no passing zone as Leverone is creeping up on on a Ponte in the S2000 there, but not able to make a move, Nick.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait in line, and hopefully turn 3, he can get a good run. Maybe make a move there. They are real close together. Will Aponte go defensive? No, he will not. He thinks he's got enough space, and I might have agreed with him there.
Yeah, and they're catching up on some lap traffic ahead of them. Well, the SMX cars are catching the SMX cars. Oh, trouble in turn 15. Yeah, he sent it, but it looks like back under power, underway. Here's a replay for you. Let's see what happens. Oof. That car appears to maybe had some brake issues there.
Yeah.
And just trying to get the car to slow down.
Yeah, just lost it going, trying to get slowed down for 15. Can be a little deceiving there because you can carry a lot of speed into that braking area. And it's not a hard or a lot of braking, but can definitely be tricky.
So number 16 of Casey Gunnell is on pit road right now and is pointing his finger a lot right now. Looks to be very aggravated. I see some hand signals of contact being made inside the car. So I'm not sure what happened with the 16 car, Casey Gunnell, but in the penalty box at the moment, talking with stewards, and not good.
Yeah. I heard there might have been some contact with the number 9 car. That's Joseph Miklos of the NSTL. Not sure though. I don't think he was that far back. Running that far back, so I'm not sure if that's the right number on that.
Yeah, and Nick Leverone was able to get around the S2000 of a Ponte.
Yeah, he has used the traffic of SMX to find himself a little hole. So now a lead change in STL. Nick Leverone to the front. Ponte going to have to get back to work as you see them both coming down into turn 17 now with an SMX between them.
Yeah, so he was able to so there's Skylar Cottrell being flat towed in. They also got a flat tow out for the 21 car in turn 1. So we should be all clear here as Nick Leverone tries to stretch that gap back to a Ponte, taking the lead. And now the Casey Gunnell machine needs a flat tow as well.
Yeah, as far as the SMX battle goes, Nathan Saxon still leading there by over a second to Juan Dushak. Jackson Wolney about 2.5 seconds back from Dushak. So that's your podium in SMX right now. We're seeing the STL leaders, Nick Leverone and Gonzalo Aponte, work their way through that field while they continue to have their own battle. That's one of the fun things of multi-class racing.
Yep, and word just came in, the number 9 car and the number 24 car, so that's Joseph Miklos and Christian Capote, will also be called into the penalty box here on pit road after the race for some heavy side-to-side contact.
So maybe that was the incident we heard. So the reason the 16 was upset is still kind of unknown to us. He came in and seemed pretty heated with the steward here, and maybe we'll get an update on what that contact was.
All right, so we are nearing halfway into this race, so maybe a good time to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
AAG Auto Technic Racing operates a championship caliber organization from its Fort Myers, Florida headquarters. The team has developed a legacy of speed, precision, and determination on and off the track. From grassroots beginnings, the team has continuously evolved, driven by a passion for motorsports and a relentless pursuit of excellence.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products for many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Want to race Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring International Raceway right here, cutting into Nick Leverone, leading Aponte by just a few tenths of a second, Nick. 0.5 of a second separating Nick Leverone and Gonzalo Aponte from the STL lead, and Nathan Saxon stretching his lead over Juan Dushak to 2.8 seconds. So strong performance from Nathan Saxon with a little bit of help from Skylar Cottrell's early exit.
Yeah, Saxon on track to pick up another victory in SMX if he can keep it clean. Of course, our commentator's curse has been pretty strong, so I apologize, Nathan, if anything happens after I've just said that. But yeah, he's driving very well, making a little bit of a gap there, and doing a pretty great job.
Yeah, you also have Javier Sanchez leading the T3 class. And about a 5-6 second lead back to Colin Duffy in his 2020 Mazda MX-5. And Dan Moen still charging along, trying to take the second spot away from Colin Duffy, was only 0.2 of a second back in the previous lap.
Yeah, good recovery for that car. We were worried at the beginning, but seems that car is back up to speed. And the Mustang proving itself pretty worthy here at Sebring so far.
So there's Javier Sanchez up the inside of the Spec MX-5s, and here comes the Mustang looking to pass for position.
Yeah,
Gets it done.
there he goes.
So Dan Moen in the definitely the largest vehicle in this field, moving up into second place for T3 after initially going all the way to the back of the pack.
Yeah. Now about a 6-second gap to get to the front of the T3 field. I'm not sure he's got enough time with 15 minutes to go to get there, but it certainly seems like he's picking up a couple of tenths every lap. So maybe he might be able to claw his way back. Maybe some traffic help slow down our leader in T3, Javier Sanchez. Allow Daniel Moen to really run the gambit there of starting at the front, moving all the way to the back, and getting back to the front in one race.
Yeah, you see Dan Moen making a pass going into 16 on Jillian Fichter. Not always the best place to really pass. Oh, and there's a spin. We have a waving yellow in 16. Getting the call in for you. Oh, so it was Dan Moen. Spun. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, not most ideal move there and went up on the inside of the rumbles there, Nick. If I am the Mustang, though, I know I have the power over the Mazda. Why would I not just sit and wait and just pass him on the straightaway?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a great time to be patient when you've got such a different way that your car makes lap times. It's a good time to be patient, wait it out, and then take that straightaway. So,
well, it's good to see that Jillian Fichter did not get involved there in the spin by Dan Moen, but Dan Moen did spin and continue. So got to second base in his class, Nick, and then threw it all away.
Yep, yeah, he was on a hard charge, and unfortunately, maybe got a little too excited. Some of the red mist, as we know it, got in there, and he said, "I can make this pass," and unfortunately, it's going to cost him. That's a pretty big setback.
You know who does love to see that, though, is Colin Duffy.
Yes.
So now Colin Duffy has quite gap from the Mustang and would likely, with the amount of time remaining, can probably hold on to that second place.
Yeah, he sure can. Someone, though, who is in striking range, we just saw a flash across our screen. Nick Leverone and Gonzalo Aponte still going at it. Aponte all over the back bumper of Nick Leverone through turns 13 and 14, and not quite making a move into 15.
Nope. It has been a good race for them. They both just set their fastest lap time as well with a 2:28.1 and a 2:28.2, respectively. And so 6/10 of a second gap last lap. It appears it might be closer this time around.
Yeah, it sure looks like it just by the old eyeball test. They are nose to tail, making their way through traffic. They're both going to get by cleanly. Aponte ducking back into the draft as they go into turn 17.
What's your opinion here, Nick? Who's going to get it with 12 minutes remaining?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think maybe Leverone has learned from yesterday.
Okay.
He knows what Gonzalo's tricks are, so he's going to be able to defend a little better. So if I had to make a pick, I'm going to go with Leverone.
Okay, you picked him for the Spec Miata race as well, which did not pay out. But we'll see if your predictions change, Nick.
Yeah, that was my dark horse pick. I thought that if anyone was going to be able to come out of nowhere, it could be Leverone. But, yeah, no, Spec Miata did not go as well for him. STL going much better so far, and we'll see if that trend can continue. Look at them going through the carousel there. They are using every inch of pavement they're allotted.
They sure are, Nick. And Nathan Saxon opening up an even more impressive gap back to Juan Dushak. 5-second gap there in the SMX category. Not something that you see a lot with your spec classes.
No, sometimes it's a little rare to see a single car break away. But right now, Nathan Saxon has found a little something in those cars that it seems like Juan Dushak, Jackson Wolney, Mitch Lowry just have not found.
Yeah, well, he is on a mission, Nathan Saxon. A lot of time in Spec Miata as well. Now dipping his toes in the SMX category.
Yeah, T3 group pretty spread out now. We've got Javier Sanchez still leading Colin Duffy by 7 seconds. And then after that spin, Daniel Moen back, and he is about 12 seconds behind Colin Duffy in third place. So no real action going on in T3 to speak of at the moment. STL right now is the one we want to keep our eyes on, as Aponte is not letting Leverone run away. But Leverone's doing everything he can. You can see that gap growing ever so slightly.
Yep, and we're getting a call from turn 15, which you just saw on the screen. 2 black. Shortcut and a driver advantage by doing the cut, Nick. So
yeah, called him on that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, well, he didn't gain a position. I think it went for the inside of the blue car in front of him, and it just didn't work. So then ran wide in 15 and cut the course. But I don't really know if it was an advantage gain.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. The stewards,
Yep.
now that they have that call, they'll be able to see. It looks like Gonzalo Apani's going to have to go a little bit shallow into turn one as he works his way through some SMX traffic, maybe. Going to allow Nick Leverone to extend that lead ever so slightly more. And, Nick's happy that he caught the traffic there. And he got a clean run through.
Yes, that's Noel Sachs in the 2 car that tried to make a move and failed, and now is getting called in for gaining an unfair advantage.
Do see a car slowing down right on the right-hand side of your screen there as you go towards turn 7. Looks like a black MX-5, if I had to guess.
Getting a number here shortly. So pulling safely out of the way. Not sure. We didn't get a number from the corner workers. So not sure who that was, Nick. But
Yeah.
pulled off of the course onto the photo road. We also have the number 9 machine of Joseph Miklos, who I circled on my sheet here, Nick, as having contact earlier in the race.
Yes, yeah, that was one of
And
the
I
cars
can see
that,
some contact on the right front, some damage. The crew workers pulling the fender out.
Yeah, they're getting to work on that one, and trying to check the tire right now. So they might be able to send him back out if everything is clear and out of the way. But yeah, definitely pulling some fenders, trying to make some clearance for that tire on the front right.
Okay, so number 2 is getting called in again right here on our screen for moving the blue car of 2-4 out of the way. So he tried that earlier, cut the course, got in trouble. Now moved the car out of the way a second time, and guess what? Got in trouble again.
He sure did, yeah.
So number 2 of Noel Sachs may think that he's going to get the position, but I don't know if he's going to keep that position after the race, Nick.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to have some reordering going on there for sure.
Yep.
Last time by, I was just looking at our STL lead. Nick Leverone opening up a 1.5 gap now.
Oh, wow.
So now that he's got some clean air, he's made it through traffic, able to stretch the legs on that Mazda, and is doing a good job keeping Gonzalo Aponte at a safe distance behind him. We'll see if Gonzalo's got anything for him and is able to close the gap as we have 3 to go. They're working their way through turn 7 now, so really 2.5 laps remaining for him.
Yeah, we got word too that Noel Sachs actually did make contact with his competitor in, I believe, is the blue Mazda Miata. It was just from him and moved him out of the way. So I think number 2 is going to be in the penalty box after this one, Nick.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see what the stewards decide. That's a good look at your T3 leader there. That is, who is that? Where on my score sheet is it?
It's Javier Sanchez.
Javier Sanchez, yes. He is continuing to lead 5.3, it was 5.8 seconds last time by. So Colin Duffy has made up a little bit of time. He was about 6 seconds back at one point, but still well out of striking range unless some traffic helps out. We'll see if that T3 race gets closer as the race continues, or if Javier Sanchez is able to find a little more time and extend his lead.
All right, we are working the white flag. That is Nathan Saxon is our overall leader. So we are working the white flag, meaning we have 2 laps to go. Nathan Saxon with a commanding performance with a little bit of help there, Nick, from some retirements from both Jason Fichter and Skylar Cottrell.
Yeah, he was kind of handed the lead, but he has done a great job to defend it so far. So a well-earned victory, regardless how he got into that position. Jackson Wolney now into second, and he's trying to make up some ground, but yeah, seems to be a little bit off pace from that Nathan Saxon. So 8 seconds back doesn't appear to be an issue. Nathan's just got to bring this thing home.
Yep, and an STL, Nick Leverone, opened up a 1.6 second gap over Aponte. So finding some rhythm late in the race for Nick Leverone, giving him a much better chance to get the win this time over the S2000.
Yeah. Colin Duffy, though, we talked about that T3 battle. Colin Duffy's closed it down from 6.5 down to 4 or 5.5 down to 4.5 seconds.
Oh,
so maybe a little too late.
I don't know. I'd love to see a comeback.
He is definitely tracking down Javier Sanchez little by little, but with 2 to go, I'm not quite sure there's enough time for him. We're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Nathan Saxon through 17. Through 17 right now, and he's about to take the white flag. Right behind that yellow car there is the number 6 of Nathan Saxon. 1 lap remaining on Group 5 out of 7 for the day. And we still have the big wings and things next, Nick. And then we have the GT cars as well, and that would happen, both of those after lunch, I would assume. But you know what I see, Nick? A very big gap has formed between Nick Leverone and Aponte, 3 seconds. So Nick Leverone is able to find a 1.5 seconds the last 2 laps in a row on Aponte. So that battle, which has basically lasted all weekend, is coming to a close.
Yeah, it sure is. Leverone, I think, has just done a little bit better job working through traffic. I think that's been his biggest advantage. Otherwise, when these cars are both in clean air, they feel very equal to me. I think they've got the parity dialed in this STL class between those 2 cars, and it was certainly a fun battle to watch.
But unless something happens, Nick Leverone and Nathan Saxon will go to commanding wins, as will Javier Sanchez with a 5-second gap back to Colin Duffy.
Yeah, Colin Duffy not quite able to find any time on this last lap. Fell back a little bit. We said that we were watching that one, but maybe some traffic or a mistake somewhere did not allow him to close up that gap.
Yeah, that number 24 car out there looks a lot like your old car, Nick.
It does look very similar. I actually don't know what ended up happening to that car.
Could be your old car.
Could be my old car. So
how about that?
Yeah, that'd be pretty interesting.
That would be Christian Capote, who was punted by Noel Sachs in the number 2
right.
machine.
Yeah, we did see a little donut on the side of it as it came by start and finish. So I think we know where that came from.
Nathan Saxon going through turn 16, followed closely behind Nick Leverone. Oh, and there's a car that went through. I think that was the number 133 of Jackson Wolney, trying to last-ditch effort maybe to catch Nathan Saxon. But
yeah, might have been that, or just getting out of the way of the STL cars.
Potentially.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there.
All right, so coming to the checker flag, here is Nathan Saxon to win SMX 2 races in a row. So the weekend sweep for him here at Sebring International Raceway. And for STL, Nick Leverone taking the W today, getting getting it back from Aponte, who stole it from him yesterday.
Yeah, they ended up splitting that one, and I think that was well deserved for both of them, both of their wins. We're looking on screen. This is our T3 leader working their way through. Javier Sanchez going into turn 17. Your last class winner we're going to see pop out here. And as this silver GR86 crosses the line, there is your last winner. T3 winner, Javier Sanchez, is going to take the win with a 5-second lead over Colin Duffy. So congratulations. Daniel Moan ends up finishing third. Thomas Burt in fourth. Casey Gunnell in fifth for your T3 lineup. In STL, Nick Leverone won. Gonzalo Aponte in second. Amy Mills takes third. Nolan Elder fourth. And Mike Ryan in fifth STL. And SMX, Nathan Saxon sweeps the weekend with Jackson Wolney in second. Mitchell Lowry in third. Gavin Vaughn in fourth. And Christopher Jarem rounding out your top five there.
All right, well, that puts us into the lunch break here for today. And Race Control said we're going to have a course check at 1:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to take an hour break here, Nick, and come back because we still have Group 6 and Group 7 left to go for today at the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Don't go anywhere, folks. Well, maybe go get a sandwich and come back. We'll see you in an hour. Welcome back, race fans, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. We have 2 groups left of the day. Up first, Group 6, our Wings and Things category, more of the Wings category.
Yeah.
And so we have Formula Atlantic, Prototype, FE2, and Prototype 2 on here. Oh, also FX as well. And so we have a 35-minute or 14-lap race, whichever comes first for this group. And we actually have a special guest in the booth with us for this session, Tim Verkamp, the RE of the Central Florida Region, SCCA.
Yes, RE. Very excited to be here. And this is a super exciting race. I mean, these guys are super fast. They're turning times faster than the big board groups.
Yeah.
Most of them are.
Yeah, they are.
I had the pleasure of standing down on 7 yesterday watching these guys, and it's impressive.
Yeah.
It really is. But, it just goes to show the wide range of cars that we have here in the SCCA, which you guys have all talked about so much. And we also have a lot of opportunity out there for folks to come out and volunteer and work with us on the corners. We have beverage, we have timing and scoring, and we have a lot more other options.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to cfrscca.org, and you can find my name and number right there, that comes to my personal cell. Hook me up. Let's go. Let's get you out here.
Awesome. And for everyone listening, what is an RE? And what do you do?
I work for that's a great question. I work for the board, and I pretty much organize our contracts with Sebring and Daytona. And any other things that happen throughout the weekend, just make sure it runs seamlessly for the drivers, as well as our folks that are out there on the corners. So it's just making sure things go well throughout the weekend.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to get back more to that. Let's talk about the starting lineup here. The grid order for this race will be James French on pole, followed by Larry Howard, the 2 fast Formula Atlantic categories. James French beat the 2-minute barrier in lap time, so the fastest lap time set so far this weekend. Then followed by Bart Wolf and Lawrence Loshak in the prototypes. Then a string of Formula Atlantics, Ashton Yelkin, Bruce Hamilton, Nathan Bird, and J.R. Smart. Then we get into our FE2 category. Will Franklin, Paul Schneider, Stan Whitson, Thomas Green. And then after the FE2s, we have some more prototypes here. John Godin, Sherman Chow, the lone P2, Lazaro Benetti in the FX, and Wade Richardson in another prototype. So it's 16 cars with qualifying times. Going to take the green. Nick, you're still with me. What should we expect to see here?
Well, yesterday we saw some really fast lap times. Unfortunately, not as much action as we were expecting, wheel-to-wheel wise. All the cars were pretty spread out among the classes. But I think today we might see a little bit closer, tighter racing. That would be a really nice change of pace for this group. Otherwise, just expect to see some of your fastest lap times of the weekend. These are some really quick cars and some pretty cool silhouettes up against the background there. The most unique class we have, I think.
Yeah. So, Tim, bringing you back here.
Yes.
What would you like to see in this race?
I would love to see some close wheel-to-wheel action. I mean, like we said, this is a fast group. And when you're standing on the corner and you see that right rear tire sticking out and they're just hammered down, it's awesome. You see them wiggle through the corner. It's truly exciting. And it looks like we're getting ready to come up here on the amazing turn 17 for that green flag to come on. So let's see what happens. I'll let you talk about that.
All right, the classic Mazda safety car about to pull into pit road here, and we're going to go underway very shortly here. And the green flag is about to, and it is out. So James French kicking us off here for the Formula Atlantic group and prototype group. So James French going into turn 1 on the inside here, followed closely by Larry Howard, Bart Wolf, and Lawrence Loshak in the 2 prototypes. All clean so far, Nick. Nope. We have a car off the exit of turn 1, almost collecting some cars as he came back onto the track, but luckily did not collect anyone. That looked to me like Larry Howard, if I had to guess. Nick.
Yeah, he was in that position to make.
Oh, no, it looks like Larry Howard's still in second, so that was a different competitor.
That was an amazing save. With all the downforce on these cars, it really helps it stick to the ground, and that may have worked to his benefit in that example where he hopped off for a second.
Yeah, I believe that was Bruce Hamilton in his red 2001 Swift, so Formula Atlantic machine. So almost tragedy in
Great.
turn one.
So great driver awareness too from the other the drivers further back to see him off track and know that when he was coming back on, maybe a little uncontrolled. So they were able to get out of the way and give him enough space to get that car controlled.
Right, and the FE2s are all in line. I see it counts 4 or 5 of them in a row. All 4 within probably about a second and a half, Nick. We saw them pretty close in the first race yesterday. Do we think we're going to have the same thing with close racing? Oh, and a spin of one of them. That is the blue and black of the 88 car of Thomas Green. So a spin and continue. So, all right, so we've had 2 offs and nobody collected. So good heads up driving. Here's the replay. Coming into turn 13.
Ooh, what a great save to go around the outside there.
All right, so no harm, no foul there, Nick. And then, all right, so how about this? You have a couple spins. How important are their corner workers to be able to recognize that and communicate with our drivers?
That's a prime example right there where the corner worker stepped in right away and threw the flag to warn the drivers behind him and save a lot more drivers from hitting him. So the corner workers are critical to this, as well as, we work the 24 and the 12-hour events out here. So if you are interested, we can certainly get you out here to flag these events, get some time under your belt, and you work your way up to a more pro event like the 24 or 12.
Another car off.
Yep.
Turn 1.
Same
that
spot.
may be the same car, actually.
It does look like. Is that the red Formula Atlantic?
Yeah,
it
is.
Right.
But please
continue. the corner workers are just critical. And if you put in enough time and you can actually work your way up to an F1 event and flag an F1 event, which a lot of our workers love to do that. And the exciting thing is about the corner workers, it's a great way to get introduced to the sport and get into, a starter car, right? And work your way up to whichever division you wish. So the corner workers are critical here. And I love working with all of them. A lot of them are previous racers, so they know what to look for when there's a problem or situation and which flags to throw. So it is interesting.
Do you think there's a better seat in the house than a corner worker?
Absolutely not. You're feet away from the fence, and it's the best spot in the house. And you're looking down the barrel of all these cars coming right at you. So it doesn't get any better than that. Absolutely. And what's interesting about this field is we've got a lot of drivers from a lot of places here. You see different states and Miami and different places where they're all coming from to race here. So it's pretty exciting to see that.
Yeah, James French, our leader at Sheboygan, Wisconsin. You have a Kansas City, Missouri, a few more from Wisconsin, Arizona, North Carolina, Texas, Georgia. I'm still not even seeing a Florida one yet. As we go down the list, we have 3 drivers in the field out of the 16 from Florida.
Right,
so
right.
A lot of out-of-town drivers traveling to beautiful Florida in January. I mean, you can't beat this.
No, it's been absolutely incredible weather this year. Last year was a little cool. This year has been perfect. And as a corner worker out there, it's amazing time to be out there. You got to use sunblock, right?
Right.
We're blessed right here, right now.
So say somebody wants to get involved, but they don't want to be on a corner. What are some other options?
It's a great question. Thanks for asking. So we have beverage, where you drive a car around and give out beverage to our workers. We have timing and scoring. We also have situations where they can assist with registration. We need help on registration, so we need help all around. And it could be potential for some folks to earn a little bit of extra cash, right? So we can pay you to go out there and work too. But it is truly exciting to be out there, as you can see.
Yeah, and this is a very well attended event every year. The Majors Tour here in Sebring in January. 260 cars, quite a bit.
Yes, it's one of our largest attended events that we have, and a lot of folks go down to Miami first, and then they work their way up here, which is fantastic because we work closely to Florida region in that example. Mm-hmm. And it is greatly attended. And Sebring is a great partner. I met with them yesterday, and we sat and talked, and they thoroughly enjoy to see a lot of folks here. They want to see more folks here. But we love having those folks come out and just enjoy the racing. So,
right, and talking about the racers here, what if there's someone online listening in that wants to get involved in the racing aspect? How does the CFR help new drivers get involved?
That's an awesome point. We have driver schools available for them, and it's a relatively cost-effective thing for them to do, to get into the driver's school. And you learn so much. You get so much seat time, which I think we've all been through that. You get so much seat time to the point where you need a break because you get so much. But you learn everything from the flags, what to do in an emergency. They do fire drills to get you out of the car in a proper amount of time. So it really is. It is truly fun. It is, and the people make it fun too. Have fun with cars, right? Isn't that what we're all about?
That's right.
With the SCCA. So that's what I'm all about, and let's bring it back, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I like you said, all of us have gone through the driver's school, and there's so many of us who have come through CFR driver school. It's got to be one of the most popular ones, and it really is. If you're a driver out there, it's a good stepping stone. It's where you can learn, get your starter cars like you talked about.
Right.
And if you've got bigger aspirations, it's where you cut your teeth and you really start to get into it. You'll see a lot of our Formula drivers out here are, coming from karting, moving up, taking the next step in their racing careers, and doing club racing. A lot of professional drivers have gone that route. So,
right.
Yeah.
And I started out in a small 4-cylinder car. It was a strange car, but I had fun in it. Just a stock Ford Pinto motor. That's how long ago it was. And I graduated up to a GT1 car, which I recently bought another one.
Ooh,
and
okay.
I love Sebring. We're blessed here in the CFR region to have these two facilities at our back door, right? Daytona and Sebring are just amazing.
Yeah.
And to be here 7 times.
We actually have a car parked on the straightaway in between the hairpin going into turn 10. You can see the car on the screen. Not sure what the number is just yet, which we can get for you, but it looks like a Formula Enterprise by the looks of it, but off driver's left. And in a fairly safe position, Nick. So I don't think we'll have a double yellow.
No, hopefully not. It looks like the safety team's going to be able to get out there and grab them. They're really close to the cut over there on the back side of the track. So with some of the gaps we're seeing on track, they may be able to go grab them and roll it right across the track, back behind the wall there on the Green Park side's pit lane.
And, coming from the circle track scene, that was something new to me is hot toes.
Yeah.
I had never experienced that before until I got into this situation. Like we've got our workers out there right now, or the Sebring crew is with the driver right now. And the corner workers are notifying the drivers that there's a worker out there. So it is truly interesting how quick they are to act here and how safely they get things done.
Yeah, it takes a lot of coordination between the CFR staff and the safety teams to make sure that they're able to do their jobs safe and efficiently. And I think this weekend we've seen it a lot. Yeah, we've had some double yellows, but there have been a lot of incidents that between the two groups, we've been able to keep racing going,
right?
Make sure everyone gets the amount of track time that they can.
Yes, and you're correct in the way the communication is. We have our radios that we communicate upstairs, and they're sitting directly next to Sebring, who coordinates with their workers. So it's going hand in hand, and it's critical that we provide really good training for corner workers when they come out to be prepared how to communicate, what to communicate, and be effective in what you say, short, sweet, to the point. So in this case, you can see they're out there with him currently, and our folks are trying to warn him of that as well. So,
well, we're 4 laps in so far. We'll take a quick look at how we're shaping up in the FA category. James French with a 4-second gap back to Larry Howard. He's running a 2:02.5, which is insanely fast. Lawrence Loshak with a 10-second lead over Bart Wolf in prototype. P2, Sherman Chow. He's the only one, so he's winning. FE2, Stan Whitson has a 1.5-second lead over Paul Schneider. Those two were running pretty close yesterday. And then you have Will Franklin about 6 seconds back to him there. So 4 seconds back in FA, well, just 1.5 seconds in FE2. So you mentioned that you have a GT1 car.
yes.
I've noticed here, especially this weekend, our next race, a big GT group.
We had 40
Yeah.
registered, which is significant for us. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and I would say there was a couple years there where we were getting very few GT cars, both the regional and the national program. But now it seems like you're getting a bounce back. What can you accredit that to?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it, you look at the economy and how things are progressing with the economy, and people are spending money again on racing, and I think that's a lot of it. The economy's been strong and stout. And when I was speaking with Matt, the president of Sebring, we talked about that, how well they're doing as a group too. So I think that has a lot, And when the economy slows down a tick, the cars get parked for a little while. We've all been there, right? So that's quite a bit of it as well. Let me ask you guys from a driver's perspective, how cool is turn 17?
Oh, it's a blast.
As good as it gets.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It's as good as it gets.
Yeah.
It's high commitment and
Yes.
not a lot of room for error, especially if you're going through there as fast as you can.
Right.
The bump, and more than one bump, but there's
Which one?
Yeah,
Right.
there is a big one right under the bridge, which can really unsettle the car, especially if you're you don't really hit it even. So it can make. I feel like every time you go into turn 17, you could take a different line and you still come out the same.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's very fun. It gets a little sketchy sometimes as you're carrying a lot of speed on the exit.
Yeah,
And
especially you get too wide. So you're making a pass on someone, or someone's making a pass on you. It's
Yes. Yes.
there's a level of respect you got to have with the guy you're driving with to make it through there cleanly and quickly.
I actually spun coming off 17, trying to do that very thing, trying to avoid an incident or create one, I should say. So
I think the most notable in the STL battle yesterday, Nick Leverone and Gonzalo Aponte, the last lap went through side by side under the bridge, fighting for first place, and that was a very memorable one to watch them come out the other side by side, a little bit sideways, a little slide here and there.
Right.
And turn 17 is such a highlight moment on this track.
Right.
And then you go right into turn 1, which is equally sketchy,
Yes.
but fun at the same time. You can't really see around the corner, so it's full commitment, pretty blind corner.
Right.
And you're throwing it in there at a very high rate of speed. I mean, the Spec Miata, we're at like 90 miles an hour at the apex. So imagine some of these formula cars are even greater than that.
Right. Right. And I have a ton of respect for those classes. We'll say Spec Miata, but there's a lot of racers that do the same thing. I have a Miata, and I was out there, and I missed a shift, and I got passed by 4 guys.
Yeah.
And drivers, I should say. If I got passed by 4 drivers just like that. So, there's a lot of respect out there when you're competing against your fellow racer, because this is such a hard thing to do, and everybody works really hard to do it. So,
Well, we are approaching halfway point almost with 8 laps to go. This would be a great time to check in with our corporate sponsors here for the CFR Winter Majors Tour race. We'll be right back.
AAG Autotechnic Racing specializes in proven driver development. The organization has won championships across multiple series. From club racing to endurance competition and pro-level races, the team provides young drivers with the necessary ladder to advance their careers. AAG Racing is committed to precision engineering, strategic racing, and talent development to remain competitive at every turn.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machine components for everything from deep-sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our first points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or Spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. And again, we have the RE of the CFR SCCA, Tim Verkamp, with us. So welcome back. Are you enjoying the booth?
Love it up here. This is something new for me. I worked in radio one time, a long time ago, back in high school, so I feel like I'm back in high school, right? But it's a lot of fun and it's enjoyable. And it's really cool to see the action right here at the start-finish line. With the cars going across really fast.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, we've got a great view up here. And so far, the racing action, kind of what we expected. Cars a little bit spread out, but drivers are still laying down our fastest laps that we've seen today. So James French right now is your overall leader and leading Formula Atlantic, running a 2:02.5 right now. Got about a 7-second lead over Larry Howard.
Just over 17 minutes remain here, so quite a long ways to go.
Well, I think we might hit the lap count before the time expires because these guys just are ripping it.
Okay.
A 2:02 lap time. Yeah, I think they might.
They might hit it.
They might get it done within the 35-minute window.
Right.
And you know what we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen the safety car out yet, which were loaned to us by Classic Mazda.
Which is a good thing,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But a special thank you to Classic Mazda and everything they do because we have two beautiful Mazdas, pace cars out there, and I know you've seen them on screen, but they're really sharp, and this takes a lot of effort from a lot of different groups and people and contributions, and they contribute that to us, and they help us out also with our transportation for the 24-hour race for the workers. So yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, we saw them quite a bit in the Spec Racer race earlier. Yeah. Unfortunately, we got a good view of the Classic Mazda. Are they CX-90s? Is that CX-9s?
CX-50s?
CX-50s.
Yeah. Beautiful cars.
Yeah.
And, just go see the folks down there and let them know you heard it here because it's they take care of you. They'll treat you correctly. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Yeah, my first two cars were from Classic Mazda.
Right on.
Yeah.
Good deal. You know, we talked about the SCCA. If I could just focus, if you go to cfrscca.com or .org, you're going to see some other options on there. We have rallycross as well as autocross. And if you have a car and you want to get involved in racing, that's a really good start because you can just take a street car, you can go out and run the cones, and you're trying to beat your time, right, as well as your competitors, and they put you in classes. But it's a really safe, fun way to do it in the parking lot. So I highly recommend that. And again, if anybody's interested, they can just look on the website, look for Tim Verkamp. My contact information's there. Please feel free to call me, and I will get you the information because the more folks we get out here racing, the better.
Absolutely.
Right. And there's nothing more, there's not a better feeling in the world, and you guys can attest to this, when the adrenaline gets flowing and you're just trying to go, right? Keep the car going and everything else. So it's very, very special. And the CFR is special in my heart. I love this club, and I just want to see it go on for a long, long time.
I think we all do. And, you're relatively new in this position, right? Has it been about a year, maybe less?
Just under a year.
Yep. All right. So what are some things that, you want to keep continuing for CFR to be the best, right? And then what are some areas that you really want to focus on to help take us, to the future?
I want to continue to keep our folks engaged, our corner workers, make sure they stay they stay up there with us and engaged with that. And then the other place is I want to bring in the younger audience. That's where I'm focusing right now. We need a younger crowd. I want to get them out there in these cars and turn some laps. And we need younger corner workers. We need younger leaders too, because we have various positions within the Central Florida region. We have the Board of Governors, whom I work for, and they're all elected and it's all volunteer. But we need younger folks to come in. So if you're looking for that volunteer position as a leader, come on, because we need it. So
yeah, and you mentioned we're really bringing appealing more towards the youth as well and younger generations. I think having DriversEye Live production here and streaming every race is something that is only going to just attract more and more youthful members for both workers and racers.
Right. No, that's a great point. And again, all the ads you've seen pop up today, it's all been a group effort trying to get these folks to help sponsor this and make it worth so that we can put it up there and get this out there. So absolutely, it's a great way to capture the audience.
Yeah, I think it really shows the different levels that you can enter the sport.
Right.
I think when you hear about, I want to start going racing, where do I begin? And then you're able to visualize it and you see,
right,
hey, that's just a Miata.
Right.
I don't have to buy some $100,000, $200,000 car to go to a racetrack. Like, there's a lot of affordable options in production classes, super touring classes, your spec classes that bring that opportunity. And then to be a corner worker, the only person closer than our cameras are the corner workers. So if you enjoy watching the racing and you're near a track and you have the opportunity on a weekend to come out, hop off the couch and get on out here, right? Like, yeah, we'll give you a good view. We'll talk a good talk on the broadcast, but nothing beats being that close.
And more importantly, what we have is if you go onto that website, you're going to find a whole lot of telephone numbers. You have support to help guide you. If you have questions, you can call and ask. Because every governor that we've had, or just about all the governors on there, myself, we've all raced, right? And I've never seen a more caring group when it comes to helping your neighbor out, right? Everybody wants everybody just to participate, have fun, and race hard. So that is a huge plus with the CFR.
When you talked about cost effective as well, you mentioned the solo program, autocross program, rally is a really good way to get in at a low barrier of entry. I started in autocross when I was 15 years old and eventually made my way to start racing Spec Miatas for the last decade or more. But it's a nice transition to go, you could take your street car, go run over some cones, and no harm, no foul, and then just gain some experience and exposure into the racing world, and then make a jump into club racing.
Correct, and we have actually a lot of events throughout Central Florida area for the solo events, and I highly encourage that. It's truly a fun event to watch and attend. And it is minimal entry cost, right? And it's minimal wear and tear on your car if you just want to go out and have some fun. So please take a look at that. We have a solo chair who can help guide you with that as well, with any questions that we might have.
Yeah, and I think even for parents listening that have kids that are now getting into the permit and driver's license stages of their life,
right?
Putting them in a solo program, doing autocross is only going to help teach them how to control a car and drive defensively. It helps translate to the defensive driving skills that you need on the road to stay safe.
Right. And you put it in perspective, racing a car, how much of a better driver has that made you on the street?
A tremendous amount. You have much more awareness of what's around you and what to look for, and also your reaction time to be able to control a car in case it does lose control.
Correct. Yeah.
So one thing we are seeing here, going back to the race here, Paul Schneider is reeling in Stan Whitson for the FE2 top spot. Paul Schneider doing faster and faster lap times every lap, now just 1.1 seconds behind Stan Whitson. So we might have a close finish here in the FE2 category.
Yeah, it's looking pretty promising right now. Paul Schneider just turned his fastest lap, a 2:08.8, was able to, or 2:08.9, was able to cut down 0.7 of a second last time by. So couple more laps like that. We're seeing 2 to go on our timing screen. So if I'm doing my math right and things keep continuing, Paul Schneider is going to have a chance to go for the win against Stan Whitson.
This is Stan Whitson going into turn 17 right now. That white car going under the new walkover bridge that's being built, followed very closely by Paul Schneider in the number 73 machine. So here they come around turn 17 that we talked about earlier. They're followed closely by a Formula Atlantic. And now that gap is just 0.8 of a second, Nick. And there's going to be 2 laps to go for those cars.
Yeah, they should be able to get 2 in. So I think we've got a battle on our hands here.
I think we do.
And how hard do you want to drive when you see that next car in front of you? You
Right.
want to catch it before that checkered flag. Absolutely.
And that right there is not what Paul Schneider wants to see, is having to deal with an out-of-class car getting in the way of their battle for first. And the Formula Atlantic did back out of it, but that caused a gap to form between Whitson and Schneider. Schneider worked hard to get to 0.8 of a second back, and now it appears he might be a little more than a second.
Yeah, we've seen it in a lot of the multi-class groups today. It is really tough to navigate traffic and run your own race against light cars. So they're definitely doing some strategic analysis in their heads, trying to figure out where the best place to pass is. Looks like maybe they've got a good chance for the Formula Atlantic to squeeze by without slowing Schneider down too much.
Yeah, well, I think that Formula Atlantic just gifted it to Stan Whitson, unfortunately. But we'll see if the Formula Atlantic decides to also impede Stan Whitson.
Yeah, good possibility. He's got to get by both of them. We'll see what the kind of net change is when the Formula Atlantic gets by both those FE2s.
Yep, and the white flag is now out on James French, our overall leader. But we're paying attention more closely to this FE2 battle, which has now almost turned into not a battle. But if the F8 gets in the way,
He does a little bit there.
that would be not what you would want if you're Stan Whitson, because it's the longest straightaway. And if you slow him down coming out of 16, that gives the opportunity back to Paul Schneider. So we'll see if Paul Schneider is able to reel in some. It looks like
he did.
Yeah, it looks like that helped. So the FA car that was in their battle affected both drivers somewhat equally. But they're going to have 1 lap to go. So 0.9 of a second, Nick, Paul Schneider behind Stan Whitson. Do you have any predictions, Nick? They haven't been good so far today. So
I called Leverone for our STL race, so I'm taking 1 victory away with me here from Sebring weekend. That's pretty good. No, I think Schneider is getting real close to that gearbox on the back of Stan Whitson's FE2, so I don't know. I'm going to say no prediction as my final prediction.
all right, Tim, how about you?
It's Sebring. I don't have any predictions at all. It is Sebring.
I'm going for the pass. You already see defensive play there from Stan Whitson, but showing the nose is Schneider. So Schneider looking to put a lot of pressure, and really it looked like forced a mistake out of Whitson. So he knows he's in his head. Is he going to make a move going into turn 10 here? Stan Whitson is going to drive down to the bottom, but not low enough, because here comes Paul Schneider.
Yeah,
And Whitson, he
wide.
was listening to you on the radio. He wanted to do some autocross. He was out there with the cones. So not – it's waving yellow, so he must have spun, unfortunately. So Paul Schneider with the move on the inside looked clean to me from the video. But Stan Whitson, I think, there he is. Maybe a spin and continue there. So we got some action late in the race for FE2, and that win, if he finishes the lap all right, will go to Paul Schneider with the last lap pass, and we have to check the flag out.
You know, it's fun to watch our flagman wave this checkered flag as it comes across. I wish I was that coordinated to do that, but it's impressive. So,
Do you think you would drop the flag?
yes,
Okay.
definitely. I need handles. So,
Yeah, you just strap them to your wrist so you
Right.
don't drop them. There's a good look
Right.
at
Look
the
at-
flagger right there.
look at that shot. I mean, he is all over it. He is all over.
Oh, it looks great.
Yesterday, I had to cut the handle shorter because he wanted a good throw on it. So we did that for him. Yeah. So that's awesome.
So a great finish here in the our last Formula group of the weekend.
Oh, a little shakeup. It looks like Will Franklin is going to take second in FE2. Stan Whitson either still slowly moving somewhere out on track or did not get that car to keep rolling
refire.
after turn 10. Oh, you know what? I think I just saw him going to 17. So
Tough break for Whitson.
very tough. Yeah, Will Franklin able to sneak in, move a spot up the podium there for FE2.
And there's Stan Whitson just crossing the line. So he will round it out with a third position. So Paul Schneider taking the win with a last lap pass. Will Franklin second on the podium. Stan Whitson in third in FA. James French will lead Larry Howard and Nathan Bird. And then in prototype, Lawrence Loshak will lead Bart Wolf and John Godin. Well, Tim, we've had a pretty fun race up here. How about you?
That was incredible.
Yeah.
And it was fast.
Yeah.
These guys are fast. So I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and talk about the CFR. And please check out cfrscca.org or .com and look my information up and come on out and have some fun. And there's a lot of options for you. So if you have any interest in racing, we've got that covered.
Sweet. Well, thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere, folks. We have our last race of the weekend. The GT cars coming up next here, the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region, SCCA. Welcome back, race fans, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Thanks for sticking with us. We have the last race of the day, and it will be a good one. A very large field, 36 cars that set a time in this GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and A sedan. Nick, what are we most excited for here?
I think it's pretty obvious. Our Spec Corvettes that are shuffled into T2. We spent some time with them in the paddock last night learning a little about that class.
We have Cecil Stevens right here.
Yeah, the goals that they have for this group. And it was a lot of fun to learn about how they make their decisions as a group. And I think that it is truly an embodiment of the club racing spirit. They make a lot of their decisions based on group votes among some of their leaders across the Spec Corvette group. And yeah, that's what I'm most excited for.
Cool. And, interesting, we did talk to them last night. And we talked about how Spec Corvette should be a national class, and one day maybe it will be here in Sebring. But James Davison recruited me to drive one of his cars against you, Nick Soriano, in one of Cecil Stevens' cars. So some rivalry between the two shops in that Spec Corvette chassis.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be really fun. Might have to make a little series out of that. We'll call it the Race 2026. It'll be like the match where they have the two celebrities and two golfers pair up. And I'm looking forward to that opportunity and learning more about the class. But there's a lot of other cars out there too. All of our GT1s, GT2s. We've got some of our TA cars that came out from Trans Am, and they're going to be running in this one. And it's, like we said yesterday, the best sounding group of the weekend.
It really is. And so our pole sitter, Alex Meyer, in his Lamborghini will lead the front row next to Joseph Frieda in his Chevy Corvette. And then we go into two GT2 cars, Jackson and Ethan Tovo in their Japanese muscle, the Toyota Camrys.
That's right.
Followed by Claudio Burton and Troy Monthi. He's in two cars, according to the grid sheet.
That's right.
Brian Collier, Lee Saunders, and Justin Elder round out the top 10 overall.
Yeah, we talked a little bit yesterday about the twins, Ethan, the Tovo twins, Ethan and Jackson, how well they're doing getting up to speed in those Trans Am cars. They're both pretty young teenagers that are just starting to find a groove here in sports car racing and doing a great job in those Trans Am Toyota Camrys.
Yeah, we were talking to their crew chief, I believe, last night. Two 14-year-olds driving these big cars. So, it goes to show you can be pretty young and drive some Japanese muscle.
That's right.
All right, and we are coming up, about to take the green, and the green flag is waving. A great start by Joseph Frieda to make a jump on Alex Meyer. So Frieda should lead us going into turn one here in the red Corvette. But no, Alex Meyer throws it in on the inside.
What a lunge there. Definitely a kind of risky spot to see, so we'll see how it shakes out. We don't have our camera in turn three, so it'll have to be
how about that
on-car. Yeah. James Candelaria taking us through turns 3 into the carousel. We'll see how everything shakes out as they come under the bridge after turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, James Candelaria going up on the rumble strip there in an attempt not to make contact with Gary Crook in that GTX Norma.
Yeah, good move there. Sometimes you just got to get up on the curbs. They are intimidating, but if you hit them right, it can be pretty
we have a car off in the brake zone. That white Mustang, the number 46 mobile, that would be Steven Sowers in GT2 category. Maybe a bump pushed him off there in the grass going into the hairpin, but managed to keep it out of the wall and out of everybody else.
Yeah, good recovery on that. The first time into turn 7 can be tricky. You're not sure if your brakes are warmed up all the way. Your competitors aren't sure if their brakes are warmed up all the way. So there's a lot of different factors that can lead to having an incident like that. But look at the slides coming through here. Both those Camrys looking great with a little wiggle. Putting all that power down is tough. Those tires are being put to the test.
Yeah, and how about Joseph Frieda in the 122 machine in GT1? had a great start at the green flag, was in first position going into turn 1, and now is back in 4th overall.
Yeah, has been shuffled back a little bit. Alex Meyer in that Lamborghini has been unstoppable this weekend as far as GT1 is concerned. He's really pushing that car hard and using everything that the engineers at Lamborghini have given it.
Yeah, and it sure does look nice in the sun.
It does. It is one of the nicest paint jobs we've seen. It's a very cool, good-looking car.
All right, so after 1 lap, Alex Meyer leads the pack still, followed by the Tovo twins. So Jackson Tovo and Ethan Tovo in 2nd and 3rd, followed by Joe Frieda, Lee Saunders, Troy Monty, Justin Elder, Gary Crook, James Candelaria, that we had the onboard, and Troy Monty.
Troy's doing a lot of good work there to be in both cars and running pretty decent laps. I'm not sure what's going on with timing and scoring on that one, or how the registration worked out, but that is funny to see his name place going around the track.
Here's the onboard from James Candelaria. Did I see 130 something miles an hour going in there?
I think so, yeah. Braking at about the same spot that we would in a Miata, which is it's gotta feel like a lot of G-forces pulling you out of the seat towards the steering wheel when you jump on those brakes.
Yeah, so going into turn 10, approaching well over 100 miles an hour is James Candelaria in that Corvette on the screen that you see right now.
There he goes. Yeah, he was in a battle with the R8 yesterday, if I remember correctly. He's a little bit further ahead this time, so either a better start or something working in his favor to move him a little further forward in his class today.
Yeah, Jackson Tovo leading his brother Ethan, but Ethan's making it close. About, what did you say, man? A couple tenths of a second behind there, coming in 16th.
Yeah, they are pretty much nose to tail. Oh, as we've got one going real wide at the exit of turn 15 there, going to come back on track. Definitely no time gained. That was an off-track excursion and a good recovery. That's a pretty safe spot to have an incident. There's a lot of pavement out there, not a lot of walls, which are the biggest problem.
That was Matt Gray in his 2018 Ford Mustang and GT2.
Here are with Cecil Stevens following behind James Davison. They're running in T2 this weekend, but these are Spec Corvette built cars, so not truly built to the T2 rule specification, but they're running their own race together. We talked to them, and look at them go running side by side. Is Cecil going to look up the inside? No, not quite.
Cecil may try to make a jump here going into 3 if he has it. He's showing it in the mirror, and nope. He decides to pull back. Oh, but then that forced a mistake on James Davidson, who missed his break point and turn in. Now James Davidson blocking the inside there. We'll see now if Cecil can get a better run coming out of the carousel and going into the hairpin. We'll stay on board here. We'll see. Is he going to lunge in, Nick?
I don't know. I think James made a little bit of a defensive move last time. It doesn't look like he's going to defend this time, as Cecil's going to go up the inside, side by side into turn 7.
And they're side by side, but Cecil should come out on top here.
Yeah, it looks like he did. Great pass by Cecil.
That's the driver that recruited you, Nick.
That's right.
Oh, no. And
James going to fight
back to James Davison. So here we are side by side racing here at the Majors Tour. Oh, they're still side by side, I think.
They are,
Nick.
yeah. He's giving
They're giving us a show.
Yeah, great time to have the onboard working. This is exciting stuff.
Oh, and we have a car off as they were going side by side into this corner. That is the 167 of Steve Leitholt in his 2021 Chevrolet Camaro and GT2. That is not where you want to be, but it looks like he is able to continue. Let's check out this replay. Oh, I'm not sure what exactly happened there, Nick.
Turned left to the right-hander, it looked like. That usually doesn't result in the fastest lap time, but I think no harm, no foul. He'll live to race another day.
So a reminder, this is a 35-minute race or 14 laps. Whatever comes first at the current rate, looks like we'll hit the 14 laps first unless we do have the classic Mazda safety cars come out. But we're hoping for some green flag racing here, Nick.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And hoping to see a little bit more of that Spec Corvette action. That was a great little side-by-side until they got to the local yellow and had to back out of it. But kudos to the drivers for seeing the flags, even in the heat of the moment. It's just part of the rules. You got to obey the flags.
Yep. So the 46 car of Steven Sowers came in to the pits now and retired the car. Speaking of close battles, Jackson Tovo and Ethan Tovo for the GT2 category, just 0.4 of a second separating each other. So the twins there on screen, they're 14 years old, we were told, getting their start in racing and coming to the Majors Tour, the Sebring, and then eventually going into the Trans Am Series this year.
Yeah, I think they've got a good future ahead. It looks like they're both pretty competent. I mean, look at that really close nose-to-tail racing. That's pretty impressive for that age. That's not an easy skill to come by, to be able to run up behind someone when you can't see your markers necessarily, and to be able to stay real tight to the back bumper of the car in front.
Oh, is that Ethan going for the pass?
I think so.
So the twins going side by side into turn 17. Who's going to come out in front?
Oh, look at those cars hopping around.
And Jackson holds on to the pressure set by Ethan. We'll see if Ethan makes a move here going into turn 1. No, not yet. But some great racing from the brothers there.
Yeah, they're putting on a little bit of a show today. I think they had some maybe mechanical issues or electrical issues yesterday that unfortunately ended their race shorter than the full 25 minutes. But today, the cars look to be running tip-top, and they're putting on a show. They're fun to watch right now.
Just called in over race control. Turn 1 called in the 46 of Steven Sowers, who was on pit road earlier, made an unsafe entry onto the racetrack after exiting pit road. So not sure what happened there, but maybe pulled out right in front of some other cars, Nick.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot.
It really is here. It's a tough one because you rejoin on the exit of turn 1, which is a blind corner. So it is hard to re-enter this track, safely, I would say.
There's our Spec Corvettes. Diesel Stevens still leading that duo, but James Davison right in tow, not giving up any ground after Cecil made that pass into turn 7 last time, or sorry, turn 10. I forgot they ran side by side for about 4 corners there.
Yeah, so they're running, they just ran their best lap time. Both of them with a 22.8, 22.9. They're 10 seconds behind their competition, but it's more so that car's more built to the specifications of T2 and the Porsche 997 of Mark Bowden.
Yeah, definitely a different setup. These two really are just out there to race with each other. Everyone else on track, whether faster or slower, is more or less a rolling roadblock. These two only have each other in mind right now.
And here's Cecil Stevens on board again. So James Davidson is tucked in right behind him. You can see in the rearview mirror, the red Corvette in the rearview mirror is James Davison. As they head down into 17 under that new walkover bridge that Sebring has been building pretty much this entire weekend. We've watched almost the whole development.
Yeah, it does seem that it's just popped up throughout the weekend. I don't even know when they got the bridge over the track, if it's been there the whole time or not. But Cecil Stevens and James Davison going inside that BMW there.
The BMW Rodin Unesi, a T1 car. So they're making passes on a car that's classified higher than theirs, Nick. So both of them around at the same time. It makes it good for the battle.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't hinder either of them and allows them to keep going with their race, which we've already seen a lot of side-by-side action. We're only 13 minutes in to this 35-minute race, or 8 laps, because I think 14 laps is going to be the end-all, be-all for this group.
Yeah, and I love having the in-car cameras. So if you're racing and if you're listening out there and you're racing in an upcoming race that's streamed by DriversEye Live Productions, you gotta make sure you send them a link. Reach out and get your in-car camera on the feed.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to see a little glimpse into what's going on for these groups. It's easy for us to imagine what the battles look like, but when we get to see it firsthand, it's really cool. You'll see James Candelaria here going over the bump right here. Oh, a huge bump under the bridge. The camera does a great job of stabilizing, so it doesn't do it justice of what the driver feels when you go over that turn 17 bump. But yeah, we talked about it last session with Tim, how just iconic that turn 17 is, and being able to drive it and even just watch cars up close go bouncing through there is so cool.
Yeah, and it's nice seeing the speedometer there on the screen as well. Minimum speed through turn 1, I believe, is 83 there, so about Spec Miata speed.
Yeah,
through there.
Yeah, that's flying. Those are pretty big cars. They're, you know, much heavier than a Miata, and they're carrying the same speed with 4 times the horsepower.
Here's Cecil Stevens going down into turn 17, followed closely by James Davison. Last time through this corner, they made a pass on a T1 car. They're in the T2 category. It does look like his hood is flapping quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, luckily for those Corvettes, they are the hood's open forward, so
yeah,
don't have to worry about the windshield getting any damage.
Oh, and we have a side-by-side action here on the front straightaway. James Davison looking to make the pass on the outside of Cecil Stevens. Is he going to make it stick, Nick?
Let's see. I hope so. They've been running so much, but
he could do the over-under now going into 3. Oh, but there's lap traffic. What are they going to do?
Ooh.
Oh, wow. That's for the lead. Okay. So that's their in-class competitor, Nick.
Oh, that's the other T2 car. Okay.
Yeah,
so all 3 of our T2s are right there.
Yeah, a mistake made by Mark Bowden in the Porsche.
And now it looks like he's fallen in between the 2 Corvettes. So now they're separated, but you're running 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for the T2 battle right now.
Yeah, so we'll watch them going into turn 7 here, the safety pen. James Davison looking up the inside of the Porsche. Is he going to be able to make it stick? No. So just for reference, Mark Bowden's best lap time is a 2:22.0, where Cecil Stevens and James Davison a 22.8, 22.9. So the Porsche looking up the inside again. So now the Corvettes are back together, but the Porsche looks to have run off track.
He did, yeah. I wonder if he's going to give up both those spots now. We'll see both the Corvettes out here, maybe?
Let's see. We're going to see them come under the camera right now. Okay, so the Porsche did not make it stick.
Did not, and now James Davison is leading, too. I think that it caused a little shuffle there. So now on board with Cecil Stevens, we see James in front of him. That is your leader in T2, the car directly ahead. We're riding along in 2nd place, and in that rearview mirror, you're going to see a blue Porsche 911. That's 3rd in T2, all nose to tail.
Cecil Stevens run up the inside, trying to play defensive as the Porsche is pulling up on the left side, trying to make the move on the outside of the corner going to 17.
Yeah, I think the Porsche has a little bit of legs on these guys. Might be a little bit lighter. Yeah, there he goes around the outside. Let's see if he can make it stick. It's a tough spot.
And this is only good for James Davison to have them battling as close as they are now. Because they are side by side across the line.
Look at them go. What a battle they have got going on. And now a faster car looks to be creeping up behind him as well.
Yep, and James Davison is enjoying seeing this in his mirror as he has a 1 second lead coming across the line. So a close battle we're watching here in turn 2. It's nice to have this in-car footage. It makes the experience way better for all of us.
Yeah, this is a great battle. We're looking at first, second, and riding along in third for T2 in Group 7 today.
Yeah, is the Porsche going to make a late-breaking move here, Nick?
I don't think so. I think he's a little far back, and James defends. Look at him going down the middle of the track. So he was prepared for the Porsche to try to make a move, and wasn't going to let it happen.
Yep.
We just had a little glimpse there. Our leader, Alex Meyer, and his Lamborghini is starting to approach this group. There he is in the background of the shot coming into turn 10. So we're going to have a fast car moving through this group. Let's see if he picks his way through cleanly, or if we've seen it earlier today. Traffic can really cause some havoc on these in-class races.
Yep. And we are just over halfway. This might be a good time, Nick, to take a look at our corporate sponsors here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with this close action.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is Southwest Florida's premier shop offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and more. AAG Racing provides the resources necessary for drivers to advance through the ranks of motorsports and achieve their racing goals. Follow AAG Racing on Facebook and Instagram to learn more.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision started in owner Marcello Canatano's house back in 2004. From just one product and a dream, the company now produces products made in the USA for companies like Shelby American and SpaceX, to name just a few. Based on Florida Space Coast and utilizing the latest in advanced CNC machinery and software, they are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Whether you're just getting started or have a large portfolio of components to manufacture, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all: full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
To the last race of the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors, presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. During that commercial break, you've been watching the T2 battle continue to take place. And it looks like Cecil Stevens made an adjustment there, Nick, and bailed going into 17.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic coming through right now. There's the Tovo twins and their TA2 cars, along with what looks like a orange Chevy Camaro working its way through. It's been part of that T2 battle for a while now. We'll see if traffic affects our T2 leader. That is that blue Porsche 911. Mark Bowden in the number 6. Had to find that on my score sheet. Yeah, he gets pushed outside a little bit, so that's going to allow James Davison to make up a little bit of ground as they go towards turn 7.
Yeah, and you have Steve Lightholt in that 167 car, the orange GT2 machine. They're in the middle of that battle right behind James Davison in front of Cecil.
Yeah, Cecil's going to have to work to get by to get back to James's bumper. James might be happy that it's there, allowing him to focus a little bit more forward, try and run down Mark Bowden in that 911. Oh, there's the pass. All right. Now the 911 has a buffer.
Oh, and a car going off here.
I believe it's the 16 of Roden Unesi.
It is.
Off
it is.
That BMW.
Looks like maybe a mechanical, maybe some brake issues there. Was not able to get slowed down in time. It looked under controlled, but pulled off track.
Yeah, it did. Maybe just missed a brake mark.
Maybe.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Car should be fine still. But yeah, this battle is going to continue on. Cecil Stevens has clear path to James Davidson to come back and get second in the T2 battle, first in the unofficial Spec Corvette battle. But those two are not done yet. With 4 to go, I don't think we've seen the last of them going side by side on Sebring's historic concrete.
Yeah, and Jackson Tovo opening up the gap to Ethan Tovo through traffic. There was a 1/10 second gap in the lap prior, and now open it up to 1.3.
Okay, so the twins starting to split apart. Very interesting. Yeah, there they are working through some A sedan traffic in that Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, and that allowed Ethan Tovo to catch up to his brother, and I think he might have made the move on him. I think Ethan Tovo had a good run around Jackson.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yep.
Yeah, the 10 car.
Yeah, so now there's a lead change in GT2 with Ethan Tovo passing his brother, coming out of the carousel and into the hairpin. Yeah, he got lucky with traffic.
Sure did.
What will Jackson do?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to strike back yet, but with only 3 laps to go, 2.5 really at this point, they are going to need to do either some defending or some attacking if things are going to shape up.
Oh, and did they touch there on the exit, Nick?
Ooh, possibly. They were pretty close. It was hard to tell from the camera angle, but a good chance there was a little love tap between the two.
Some defensive driving here from Ethan. We'll see if Jackson can put a lot of pressure on his brother and take the lead back.
Yeah, it could be a good opportunity going into 16 here if Jackson gets a good run. Maybe make a dive into turn 17.
We'll see as they come down the backstretch. Ethan in a pretty defensive position down the bottom of the racetrack, the left side of your screen, as Jackson is going to go around the outside. No, I don't think he's quite there, Nick.
Yeah, maybe a good setup for an over-under, though, on the exit. Let's see where they line themselves up. No, nose to tail on the exit.
All right, so Ethan, the official race leader of GT2 as he crosses the line in first with 2 laps to go.
We were following the T2 race, but they have spread out a little bit. If they get closer together, we will come back, make sure that they get some viewing. But right now, the Tovo twins with a big slide from Jackson behind there. It's going to cost them a little bit going down into the hairpin.
Yeah, I think Ethan got a slide as well. So both of them not getting the traction they probably want on the exit of the carousel. Those tires, I imagine, are hot and greasy right now, Nick. And probably not handling the way they want them to. And James Davison now with a gapping his partner in crime there, Cecil Stevens, by 2.5 seconds. James Davison 2 seconds behind Mark Bowden in that Porsche 997. So here's the onboard from Cecil Stevens trying to catch James Davison and Mark Bowden.
Oh, a little bit of a scuffle there. Let's see the replay.
And we'll see it. I think it's the next group here coming.
Yeah, here they come.
There's the Aston Martin up on the inside.
Oh no.
I don't even know what happened there, Nick.
Yeah. A little bit of a confusing occurrence.
And the white flag has been given for our leader, Alex Meyer, overall and GT1 leader. As we look at the Tovo brothers coming down the straight line, Ethan was pretty much in second place the entire race and now leading his brother with just 1 lap to go. Oh, and somebody went off track here. Tovo brothers going down into the hairpin one last time. They have half a lap remaining for them. It's pretty cool to see the brothers staying pretty close to each other, Nick.
Yeah, no, they've been running together the whole race. First half dominated by Jackson, and now Ethan leading the charge. Let's see if he can carry it all the way to the finish.
And there's our leader, Alex Meyer, going through turn 15 and 16. Coming up to the checker flag here, just one more corner to go. And just an impressive performance all weekend from Alex Meyer. Pretty much untouchable, Nick.
Yeah, no, he has been pushing that Lamborghini to its limits, getting the most out of it. And there hasn't been another car in this group that can really keep up with that controlled, consistent pace that he's been able to put out.
Yep, and we'll see what happens with the Tovo brothers here. Ethan was leading and had a decent gap back to his brother coming out of 16.
There it is. Alex Meyer crosses the line. He's going to be your winner in GT1. Another sweep of the weekend.
Yeah, and Ethan with a big lead going into turn 17. I think it's going to go his way unless a mistake is made. And it looks like Ethan Tovo is going to take the win from his brother with just a few laps before that getting the pass. So congrats to Ethan.
All right,
Cool.
Here's our T2 battle as they're going through turn 16.
And James Davison has reeled in that Porsche.
He has, yeah. He's got a good shot here. If he can use the draft, Cecil doesn't look like he's close enough to make an attack, but James certainly is.
He's giving us a nice view of the lead, though.
Yeah, that was a great shot we had, and now we'll see. Is there a Corvette that pops out? No, not quite.
I don't think the Corvette's going to be close enough. As they go through turn 17, we'll see it on the exit here. Now, James Davison, not enough to get the class win, but we'll get the win over Cecil Stevens. All right. So to run down our order of finishers in today's last race, in T1, Troy Monthi, James Candelaria, and Robert Garza round out your podium. GT1, Alex Meyer won overall as well. Then goes Joseph Frieda in second, followed by Kenny Bupp in that 2000 Ford Taurus. A Sedan, Kelly Lubash takes the win. GTX, Gary Crook also takes a win. In GT2, Ethan Tova with the best lap time of his race on the very last lap. It gets a win over his twin brother Jackson. And Lee Saunders rounds out the podium there. In T2, we saw it there just a few moments ago. Mark Bowden takes the win over James Davidson and Cecil Stevens. I hope everyone else has had a great time, just like we have had in the booth here for the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors. If you want to know when you're going to watch the SCCA again, check out on the next SCCA broadcast, the Hoosier Super Tour rounds 1 and 2 at the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Coverage will begin on February 21st at 8 a.m. Pacific time. So if you want to tune in to more Driver's Eye Live production in an SCCA race, tune in. Well, folks, we've had a pretty good weekend with you. Nick, have you had a good time?
Had a great time. There was some great action. I was lucky enough to see last week's Homestead Majors race, this week's Sebring Majors race. Both of them were exciting. I'm excited for this season of SCCA Club Racing. I think we've got a great Super Tour lined up in the future. You're going to be able to watch that here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. And eventually it's all going to culminate in the runoffs at Road America. So if this is any taste of what the next couple of races and the rest of the season has, we're in for a doozy this year in 2026.
We sure are. Well, everyone, that's our sign to sign off for this weekend. So thank you for joining us. The 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Thank you for watching, and have a good rest of your day.